All right. So, Yuanchang or Helge, does my share screen work fine so that we start?
Yes, it works.
All right, great. Okay, so I think it's about time to start. So, hello, everybody. My name is Dimitrios Kanoulas, lecturer at UCL Computer Science, and I would like to welcome you to the first workshop of UCL Robotics, which hopefully will be handled yearly from now on, and hopefully face-to-face from next year. I would like to thank the program committee, Sarah Spurgeon, Yuanchang Liu, and Helge Wurdemann for their help in organizing this event. And of course, all the speakers today that they accepted to give a short talk on their research, and all of you that submit the poster as well. And of course, I would like to thank also the UCL Research-led Initiative Awards, who funded the Best Paper Awards. The workshop is recorded, and parts of it will be made available under the UCL Robotics webpage later. Please, as I said in the chat, please use the chat or the Q&A to ask questions to speakers, and we will make sure to ask them in the end of each talk. All right, so UCL has a great number of researchers and teaching staff that work in the field of robotics. Here you see a sample of the robots that different departments and centers at UCL have developed or used for research and teaching. It includes mobile robots, small and large size manipulators, medical and haptic devices, legged robots, virtual and augmented reality sensors, exoskeletons, robotic wheelchairs, and so on and so forth. And the purpose of this workshop is to be a meeting point for all of us working in robotics at UCL, where we can show our advancement to each other and foster collaborations, but also to show the UCL robotics advancements to people outside UCL that might be interested in. After my introduction, our Provost, Michael Spence, will welcome the event with a pre-recorded video. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it today, followed by Sarah Spurgeon, who will give a glimpse at UCL Robotics Institute, and Steve Hiles, who will speak about UCL East and the new MN's program in robotics and autonomous systems. Then we will continue with a set of short talks from members of various departments and centers working directly or indirectly in robotics. This includes the Electronic and Electrical Engineering Department, the Department of Computer Science, and the WEISS Center. We will then have a 30-minute break where you can watch all the 1-minute videos of our students that submitted a poster to our workshop. We have 31, I think, posters that are very interesting and very exciting, really. We will then continue with a set of short talks from members of the Mechanical Engineering Department, the Department of Orthopedics and Musculoskeletal Science, as well as the Bartlett School of Architecture and the Civil Environmental and Geomatic Engineering Department. Last, we will announce the 5 poster winners, and we will play their 1-minute videos concluding the workshop. Again, thanks a lot for joining the event. I hope you will all enjoy it. And now we're ready to watch the welcome message from our Provost, Dr. Michael Spence, that I will play it here.
In any likely vision of the future, robotics will play a key role, affecting everything from education and entertainment to healthcare, security, industrial processes, and space exploration. UCL intends to be at the forefront of innovation in this area, both in research and in our teaching. We've got a terrific reputation in the core areas upon which robotics is based, areas such as machine learning, AI, data science, engineering, mechatronics, computer science, and many more. The efforts of our departments in expanding in this field has resulted in us having more than 30 faculty members working directly or indirectly in robotics across 10 different departments and centres at UCL, with numerous graduate students. The UCL Robotics Institute is at the heart of all that. It's a cross-faculty initiative to develop a world-class teaching and research platform in robotics and autonomous systems. It's an interdisciplinary initiative that aims to be even more transdisciplinary, with active collaboration between departments and labs. Teaching about robotics is, of course, as important as research, and it's a particular focus for UCL East, where we're creating a new world-leading research centre in autonomous robotics. It will be home to undergraduate and postgraduate teaching that will be experimental in its nature, mixing academic principles and practical skills to develop the next generation of innovators who will further develop the field. The aim of this workshop is to connect UCL staff with each other and with partners with UCL Research and Development. We hope that this will be a yearly event, bringing all roboticists at UCL together. I hope next year we'll all be together in person, with demonstrations to illustrate how exciting this field really is. But in the meantime, I wish you all a stimulating and enjoyable workshop.
Cool. All right. Stop sharing. Great. All right. So thanks a lot again for attending this workshop. So now we'll invite Sarah Spurgeon to share her screen and introduce UCL Robotics Institute to us. Thanks a lot, Sarah. Off you go. Great. We don't hear you. You're muted. You're still muted. Sarah, you're muted.
Unmute. I couldn't unmute myself without stopping sharing. Sorry about that.
Here we go. Okay.
Away, but I couldn't see it.
All right, over you go.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm sorry about that false start. I'd like to thank you all for coming and participating, and also great thanks to Dimitrios and Yuanchang for giving their time so freely to organise this inaugural event. This event is right at the heart of what UCL Robotics seeks to do. It's all about building our community. I'm greatly honoured to present the opening introduction and introduce UCL Robotics. I hope it will inspire those of you who are less involved to become more involved, and really to create a sense of excitement about all we're doing at UCL in the robotics domain, but also more importantly, about what we can do into the future. Now, UCL Robotics, as Provost said, is a cross-faculty initiative to develop a world teaching and research platform in robotics and autonomous systems. I should explain what it's not. It's not about a building, it's not about labs, and it's not about professional services staff that support us. This is something we're working on, and we would like to have some space where we bring together everything that UCL roboticists do so we can showcase it to the wider world. But that is a work in progress. What it is all about a great community. We embrace the full range of applications, and you'll hear a lot about life sciences, healthcare, manufacturing, creative industries, and others. If you're involved in something different and you therefore feel you're not part of UCL Robotics, we're a very inclusive community, so we embrace everything. So it is for us all. UCL is a huge organisation. At the moment, roboticists are disparate across UCL. It's very much the nature of the discipline. It's not in one faculty, it's not in one school. We're all well known in our own fields, but we can do much more by harnessing everything UCL has to offer, and also perhaps even more importantly, making this more visible to a wider national and international community. So our ultimate objective is to build our national and international reputation in RAS so that UCL Robotics is internationally recognised for research in the robotics area. We want to be seen as the go-to place for those individuals and organizations who develop strategy and policy, both nationally and internationally, in the area of robotics. So we're seeking to be that shop window that makes us visible. This very disparate nature doesn't help us with that regard. So the community of researchers that constitute UCL Robotics can have interests in underpinning technologies. They can be involved in applications relevant to robotics and autonomous systems. It really is a broad church. What we're trying to do is focus on a community. Approaches like the workshop today that promote collective working, visibility, and knowledge exchange between our members. We want to establish better internal and external communication of UCL activities across robotics and autonomous systems, whether that be areas of expertise, whether it's the facilities we have, the research we do, but also, as emphasised by our Provost, our teaching resources. Clearly, that synergy between research and teaching is highly important to us. We want to showcase UCL results across research and teaching. We want to encourage how we can learn together between different application domains, establishing common challenges of focus. And this will allow us as an academic community to build and promote ourselves and develop new interdisciplinary research programs of all scales. So we strongly believe we can add value to the very exciting research we see today, much of which may happen in only particular departments or with very particular existing collaborations. We want to promote all the research across robotics at UCL to the outside world, as well as also to ourselves. UCL is so large that frequently it is hard to see what's going on, even within our own community. And we want to be that point of contact for those interested in developing new collaborations in the robotics area with UCL. So that includes not just people inside UCL, but people outside UCL. An area where we haven't yet really started our work, and certainly I want to make this a focus for next year, next academic year, is developing a postgraduate and researcher community in robotics to support our early career researchers, who again are very disparately spread across UCL. And so if we have people on this call who are interested in becoming involved in that, or who have ideas about the best way to do that, then please do get in touch with us after this event. It's a long time since I was an early career researcher. Another thing that's very important to our whole community is we want to operate in a transparent and inclusive manner. I wanted to take this opportunity, having talked about what the UCL Robotics Institute is seeking to do, to talk about the route we have in to the EPSRC UK Robotics and Autonomous Systems Network. This is a network that seems to pull together across the whole of the UK the higher education robotics community. And UCL Robotics is a member of this network. It's led by Prof. Rob Richardson from the University of Leeds, who is the current executive chair. And I've put the web link there in my slides. I want to thank Rob for letting me use these use the next couple of slides. One thing I observe is that across UCL, we perhaps aren't getting the value that we could out of this relationship compared to some other HEIs. So I think it's a good opportunity to raise the visibility of this and the fact that we are part of this, and this gives us another route to raise the profile of UCL as well as develop new collaborations. So this network across the UK is seeking to facilitate synergistic research and education programs. So it has the same mission we do across UCL, but across the United Kingdom. It's seeking to strengthen the relationship between the research community and industrial partners. And these industrial partners sit at all levels within the UCL, within the UK Robotics and Autonomous Systems network. It has lots of activities that are listed there. I'm going to, in the next slide, pull out a few. In terms of membership, there are 32 university partners to date. So any of our collaborators on the call, you may well be partners already. If you're not, again, it's another inclusive community. So we're keen to embrace all UK higher education institutions involved in robotics. One of the things that we do is run the UK Festival of Robotics, which was formerly called UK Robotics Week. This is an established annual event, and it gets really good participation and media coverage. This has increased year on year. This year it was online, but it's a week-long program of interactive games, exciting competitions, and unique virtual lab tours set to boost public interest in robotics and intelligent systems. And there are opportunities for us to get more involved in these kind of activities. It also runs a number of challenges, again, which our students and researchers may well also wish to get involved with. These have been a huge success with international participation and industrial collaboration. And for the researchers on the call, there are a suite of white papers which provide technical roadmaps of different areas of robotics and autonomous systems. So if you're putting in a grant proposal, thinking of making a fellowship proposal, it's a really good source of information. These aren't static, they have teams that work on them and they're updated. So they're a good source of state of the art in different areas around RAS. It also seeks to build on themes through the creation of strategic task groups. And I know that some people on the call are involved in some of these. So, for example, soft robotics, legged robotics and locomotion, surgical robotics. I happen to know that there are UCL members involved in these strategic task groups. But it's a great opportunity to become involved. These are coupled and linked. That's why we have a sort of matrix structure across cross-cutting themes where there are different leads, as on the right-hand side of my slide. I'm actually the capital facilities liaison myself, and this is one area where I think we at UCL could be doing more. It's quite difficult for us to know, I think, certainly for me to know, all the equipment that is around various within UCL. So help in cataloguing some of that and feeding in to the UK RAS network. Actually, what we've got, if you look on the website now, I think it isn't the best it could be for UCL. So that is particularly an area where I, with my involvement with RAS, would like help. But there are, in any of the other areas where people have interests, I would encourage you to look at the relevant part of the website and become involved. My final slide is really to highlight something that is hot off the press, where I think it could be very important for us to make some UCL nominations. So these can be nominations of individuals within our own robotics community, or we can nominate our collaborators. It's the first year of the UK RAS Network Awards, and up to 4 awards will be made to recognise excellence in the UK robotics and autonomous systems community. The Rising Star Award is looking at nominations for students or groups of students for outstanding achievements in their research, technology transfer, engagement, or other activities. The Early Career Award is looking for nominations for exceptional individuals at an early stage of an academic career, where we use very loose boundaries to recognise people have different routes into careers and may have had breaks in careers, caring responsibilities, etc. The most important thing is an outstanding contribution in robotics and autonomous systems. There's a community award where we're looking at nominations for individuals or groups for excellent community building activities in the RAS community. And the Impact Award, which is looking for nominations around partnerships and collaborations, transfers of knowledge or technology between academia and industry. And at the bottom of my slide there, I've put the link that goes to the very simple web form, which we can complete. There are self-nominations are not allowed, but nominations are open, not for very long. It's the 18th of July closing date, but I would encourage people to think if there are possibilities for UCL to be participating in this first call for the UK RAS Network Awards. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen now and ask if anyone has any questions.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Sarah. This was very nice. Actually, I got some private messages while you were speaking, so you gave some ground floor for thinking. If there is any question, please let us know in the chat. I don't see any for now, or in Q&A. We can wait a little bit, but in the meantime, I will ask also Steve to prepare for his presentation. Right, not much in the chat for now. So again, thanks a lot, Sarah. If there is any question, please in the chat, please feel free to answer in written in the chat. All right, thanks a lot. Steve, can you share your screen?
I can do. I will do that right now.
Thank you.
Hopefully, is that working? No, hang on a sec. Let's try that.
All right. Before you start, all right, no, nothing. Great. So I think off you go.
Dimitrios, can you see my slide?
I do see your slide. I do your.
Okay, good.
You see yourself, and I hear you. Well, off you go.
Okay. Thanks very much, Dimitrios. Hi, everyone. I'm Stephen Hales. I'm the head of Department of Computer Science at UCL. For those that don't know me, and back in, I can't remember, it must have been about 2015, 2016, we started having some discussions about what UCL should do with some space it had acquired on the Olympic Park. One of the proposals that we put together was to use that space for robotics activity. And so that's been developed over the last 5 or 6 years, and so has the site itself. So we're now at a point where the buildings are almost complete. The first couple of buildings are almost complete, and we're starting to think about recruiting people to populate this space. So what I'll do is I will give you a brief introduction to UCL East. So UCL acquired land on the Olympic Park next to the Olympic Stadium. And it's about 11 acres of land, 2.5 hectares of land. And it's got permission to build there. It's initially building 2 buildings, but it's got the space to build quite a lot more. And in fact, it'll increase the space available to UCL by about 40%. And will take about 4,000 students there. So this is a major new innovation for UCL. We've been a single campus university since our founding. And so how we do this, how we develop this, and how we work there are things that we are yet to see. We're working on, we're developing. The buildings that are going up at the moment, the building on the left there is Poole Street West, and the building on the right is Marshgate. Robotics will go into the building on the left, and some of the teaching, some of the undergraduate teaching in particular, will go into the building on the right, as will some of the lab space, which we'll share with others. There's a general academic ethos for UCL. So alongside the programs that we're developing, there are developments from across UCL engineering, and much more broadly than that as well, from people interested in biodiversity, in building urban environments that respect nature, that think about the future of cities as a whole, that think about culture. So along the bank on the left will be a variety of institutions. So the V&A are going to have space there. The BBC Symphony Orchestra and Maida Vale Studios are basically moving there. There's a whole variety of different institutions that have cultural interests. And there's a variety of things within engineering as well, on advanced propulsion, so battery technologies and so forth. And I saw Manish is on the panel on manufacturing futures, and a variety of other things as well. So part of the ethos of UCL East is it will be UCL, so it won't be different from UCL, it won't be a separate competing campus, but part of the ethos is to get people from really quite diverse backgrounds to work together. And so in developing things, we spent quite a lot of time discussing with each other what we're doing and how we're doing it. And that will continue into occupation, I hope anyway. So there's a lot of bookable teaching space. It's a university environment, so it's kind of what you would expect. And there's quite a lot of specialist teaching space as well. So we have both wet labs and dry labs planned for there. We have a new and much larger Institute of Making that will be available. There's a cinema. There's a whole variety of different teaching spaces. And robotics has its own space, as I said, within Poole Street West for experimentation, but we'll share space with others when it comes to where academics and researchers are sat, in order to allow for that cross-fertilization of ideas. So let me give you a bit of background on robotics at East. So when we started this discussion, it was a discussion I started with the then head of the Bartlett School of Architecture. And the discussion we started was about whether buildings would change in nature once robots started to occupy them and become part of the fabric. So whether they would become, in effect, living organisms in and of themselves. And our original idea was to see if we could build a living lab by making this happen within this environment. That's not actually where we've ended up quite, although there are opportunities for that kind of interdisciplinary research. We then moved ideas to sort of a modern version of mechatronics, but where we've actually landed is on an area of robotics and AI, so intelligent robotics. And the reason we landed there is through discussions with the team, through discussions more broadly in the UCL East community, and actually by recognizing that within the Department of Computer Science, we have world-leading expertise in AI. We have an AI center. And to draw on that and combine it with growing expertise in robotics would give us a fairly unique take on intelligent robotics. So that's where we've landed. The budgets have been approved for that. And in terms of the robotics activity in general, we're looking at creating a group with around 24 new academic and teaching staff with a strong practical edge to it. We would expect to recruit those staff over the next 5 or so years. We have some planned recruitments in the pipeline at the moment. Obviously, we'll need to recruit appropriate professional services staff to support what in effect is a new department of robotics. At this point in time, I've deliberately not constrained areas of research to say we will only recruit researchers who research, I don't know, medical robotics or legged robots or soft robots. Because I think actually we do best by recruiting the best candidates that we can. And so I expect to see the research direction emerge somewhat from this. Clearly, we also need critical mass in areas. It makes no sense to have 24 individuals working in point areas. But this will be determined to a significant extent by the applicants that we get and the quality of the applicants that we see. In terms of timescales, we're looking at the opening of the building that was on the left, Paul Street West, in 2022. And we are starting a new MSc program in 2022. So that MSc program will be one in sensor systems, so it'll be more focused around IoT type technologies. In 2023, the building that was on the right in the picture, Marshgate, will open. And at that point in time, we'll start a new undergraduate program in robotics and AI. And in 2024, we'll start a new MSc, which has been sort of notionally titled Robotics and AI as well. But actually discussions are ongoing about this, and we're looking to see whether it makes more sense to merge that with some of our existing activities and to provide different streams through those activities. We're also looking both at technical education, so a program of apprenticeships, because one of the things we believe is that in building robots, we need expertise that's technical expertise, as well as those who have appropriate academic expertise. And we should play our part in developing that. And so we're looking at technical education. And we're also looking with others in engineering and an engineering foundation course, so that in particular those from within the local area who might not have aspired to a degree at UCL in the past can receive an appropriate education that will allow them to benefit from the undergraduate programs that we have on offer. And so we're looking to build up that foundation course, which will have a strong technical basis, but it will also involve quite a lot of group working and other things as well that students coming straight from school might not otherwise have experienced. So this is happening relatively soon. There are plenty down the line. There are plenty of other opportunities. So there are opportunities to provide service teaching to others interested in a little bit of robotics. And there are already, if we look around the country, masters in various areas of robotics. Depending on the interest from across UCL, we have the potential to create new, completely interdisciplinary master's courses as well. So again, these are ongoing conversations. At the moment, we're focusing on the development of the programs, the two programs that I've mentioned, the MSc in Sensor Systems and the undergraduate program. So very quickly, the MSc in Sensor Systems has been developed largely by a team led by a colleague of mine, Sri Subramanian. And this is a theme that crosses everything we expect to do here. It's aimed at creating people who can operate in the real world, who become practitioners in the subject, whatever that happens to be, and understand not just the technical aspects of what it takes, although they do need to understand that, but also broader aspects of ethical concerns and social cultural concerns. And so when it comes to sensor systems, deploying those in the real world, as I know from my own experience, often involves dealing with people on the ground, and particularly if you're doing it in different countries, who have different cultural backgrounds and different expectations. And actually a cross-cultural understanding is necessary to be effective here. So the objectives of this program are basically to look at the deployment of technologies, so to apply systems thinking to the deployment of technologies, and to learn appropriate tools and methodologies and algorithms and processes and ways of visualizing data, so that those deployments are effective in some way. The structure of the program is this at the moment. So again, it's obviously focused on real world deployment. There's a lot of group working within this, and there are individual projects as well, and some optional modules which can be taken from other areas. Okay. Sorry. We also have an undergraduate program, and I've already said that. The undergraduate program is focused on the creation of intelligent mobile robots, building on how they perceive, traverse, and manipulate the environment. And as I said before, our aim here is really to create practitioners. Now, to be a practitioner, you have to have a strong technical foundation. And as for the rest of UCL teaching, we would expect to have research-led teaching, and so to develop research experience in our student body. But also within CS, we run a very large industry program. And so we want to develop industry experience, direct experience of working with clients, and ultimately to send graduates to industry and to both further study on different master's courses and research as well. Given the time, I'll skip through this quite rapidly. So I'll give you a brief overview of the undergraduate program at this point. So by year, we have a first year, which is largely foundational. It's designed to build a firm understanding of mathematics, some of the core skills of computer science and general engineering, but also to promote the practical application of those things. So we want people who not only understand mathematics, but can do mathematics as well. And all of these things feed into, every year in the program has a practical component to it. So students will be building things on the basis of the knowledge they've acquired to date. In the second year, we expect students to continue to develop basic skills, but to be introduced to higher level engineering concepts that aim at building, testing, optimizing systems, and to start learning about AI and the role of machine learning in intelligent robotics. Clearly, there is a project there, which is an industrial project and be run using CS's Industry Exchange Network, IXN program framework. In year 3, we're talking about the development of more skills, development of the integration of those fundamental skills to build systems, and looking at how robots start to perceive and understand their environment, how they can plan. Again, there's a group project in that year which is designed to cause students to exercise these things, and that runs across the entire year. And the final 4th year basically continues the journey towards that overall aim of being able to create intelligent mobile agents that can perceive, traverse, and manipulate their environment. And so there are higher level concepts there. We expect to build considerations of ethics and those kinds of things right across the program. So there's no distinguished ethics course here, and that's intentional. It's intended to be integrated right across the entire program. But clearly also in the 4th year, we've got a research-led individual project as well. And I think I'm out of time, so I think that's enough information from me.
Great, thanks a lot, Steve. One question I got in the chat, it says, would the teaching of robotics module, for example, that of robotics and computation MSc, will happen at UCL East for this academic year or for the next meeting, or will it be mainly in the center as it is for now?
So at the moment, that's a discussion that Simon and I are planning to have. So the 3rd MSc that we've got down there is an MSc in robotics and AI. And I think actually the better thing to do is to fuse that with our existing MSc. Where it's taught is open to question. So there clearly will be an open experimental space here that's available, and there'll be workshops and things like that that are more available. But for the foreseeable future, I expect the MSc in Robotics and Computation to continue to be taught on the Bloomsbury campus, just because of the way it's constructed.
All right, great. Thanks a lot, Steve. I don't think we have time for more questions. Thanks for attending. And I will have to ask again, Sarah Spurgeon, now not as the lead of the Robotics Institute, but as member of the Electronic and Electrical Engineering Department, to give her 10 minutes talk. Over you go, Sarah. We see your screen. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. So as Dimitrios says, I've changed role now, and I'm introducing electronic and electrical engineering. I'm head of that department. Now within EEE, we're structured around research with 5 research groups. And it's really 2 of our research groups which have the most involvement with robotics. The Information and Communication Engineering ICE research group and the Sensors, Systems and Circuits research group. As you expect from electronic and electrical engineering, it's rather underpinning. And so we tend to contribute in terms of wider teams. So ICE has many underpinning technologies that it uses within robotics. For example, low delay and resilient networking, both wired and wireless. We do a lot of neuromorphic vision sensing and AI-based analysis, privacy preserving vision capabilities, and hardware efficient deep learning approaches. Within sensors, systems and circuits, sensors clearly relevant, but this also involves control as well as biomedical engineering. And the diagram on the right very much epitomizes some of the control work, where a lot of what we deal with are distributed large-scale systems. We deal with monitoring and control in situations, for example, where there's limited communications. But perhaps most importantly, we manage uncertainty. We work with a lot of applications from precision agriculture, fire and rescue, defense, transport and healthcare. And I'm just going to, given that we haven't got very much time, give a snapshot of a couple of research projects from the different areas. So some of the clinical applications that biomedical engineering colleagues are involved with within sensors, systems and circuits, we're using artificial intelligence to perform very accurate cochlear electrode insertion. Where we fit in as a department, we are kind of the sensors and electronics end that go at the end of robotic tools for different types of surgery. Another project is the SOMA project. The somatosensory system is the system whereby if as an individual they have some sort of amputation or loss of a limb, they continue to feel pain, tingling, other sensations. This becomes very relevant when we're developing technologies for prosthetic hands. And so colleagues there are developing implantable interfaces using ultrasound and other electrical technologies to help with the control of advanced prosthetic hands, dealing with the restoration of appropriate somatic sensations in amputees. From the control group, I've given an example from my colleague, Dr. Bolly Chen. Bolly is working on connected and autonomous vehicles, which we know are going to be really at the forefront as we try and make road transport greener and more flexible. His focus is on control and optimization, plus linked together with practical methods of sensing and communications. He's been involved in projects around vehicle electrification and energy management, multi-platoon formation and management, which is another wider interest we have across the group, and resilience and fault management in multi-cav coordination. The final project that I'm going to talk about is one that I'm involved in myself, which is concerned with net zero energy communications. This is trying to deal with important scenarios where comms is required beyond the reach of the power grid. So there could have been some sort of disaster where the grid is non-functional. It might be an area where there is just not the infrastructure in place, or there may be demand for special events, for example, where it's not convenient to plug base stations in. So we're dealing with not just the energy aspects, but also this is delivered by UAVs, positioning and coordination, so a substantial amount of control, and fundamentally developing an energy neutral, infrastructureless communications system, which we hope, you know, the longer vision for that is that it is scalable, in which case it can have much greater applications into the future in terms of the net zero problem. I wanted to say something about education in robotics this year, for the first year, and it was quite a year to run our first Robotics for Electronic Engineers module. This is a module that does a lot of the fundamental theory of robotics manipulation, vision guided pick and place. And we had an initial plan, which was to have lab sessions where the students would effectively be in a living lab and would build desktop type sized hobbyist type robots to effectively explore all they'd learnt. And to supplement this, they would also visit the labs with which the colleagues at the Bartlett own to see their industrial grade robots, such as the KUKA and ABB robots that they have there, and learn how robots are programmed in industry applications. Another thing I wanted to point out was that the UCL Integrated Engineering Programme will have its first robotics minor running next year. It starts next year. So there are year 2 module introduction to robotics and 2 year 3 modules, machine learning for robotics and medical robotics and industrial automation. And this will be available to students across the engineering faculty who are studying the integrated engineering program. So that is another exciting innovation. I wanted to, and I should say that for this minor, it's not just electronic engineering. It's, you know, it is a cross-faculty initiative. It covers electronic engineering, mechanical engineering, as well as artificial intelligence, and it's therefore going to give a broad coverage of areas related to robotics. I know we're quite tight for time, but I thought it was interesting to show you some of what we did this last year in terms of the pandemic. So for our module that we ran for the first time, the Robotics for Electronic Engineers, clearly the labs that we had planned to run, we couldn't do. And so due to the COVID pandemic, we had to change completely. We actually used virtual robots within MATLAB App Designer, where we had a 3 degree of freedom robot with a gripper, a checkerboard for camera and robot calibration, and objects for pick and place. The students needed to be able to truly understand the underpinning theory that they had learnt, and could in this environment immediately see if their codes and calculations were correct, so they could do pick and place. I know there's at least one EEE student on the course. I don't know whether they did this module, but I do know from talking to many of the students that I happen to supervise personally, that this was an incredibly popular module. So despite COVID, the students really enjoyed it. And we replaced the industrial robot component using software called RoboDK. It's very similar in spirit. So after the robot is programmed, it does generate real executable code, very much like we were trying to do via our visits. So some interesting developments, I think, that in the teaching space, both in the department, but also proud to be contributing to the IEP and its development of robotics teaching for our undergraduates. And I think that's me out of time, Dimitrios, so I will stop sharing.
Thanks a lot. Right on time. Thanks a lot, Sarah. I don't see any questions for your talk. I mean, obviously, because of the short talks, we're going to keep getting questions after a while. I see some questions about the Robotics Institute that you can answer, but thanks a lot for your talk. I think next to my list is Sriram Subramanian talking on contactless haptics and 3D displays. We move to computer science. Sri, if you can share your screen.
Yeah, sure. Let me do that.
We hear you. We don't see you.
Okay.
We hear you. We don't see.
Okay, just a second. I want to first start sharing before I start turning on everything else.
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yeah, that works fine.
Okay. Oh wait, no, I'm sure it doesn't work. I have to stop and start again because I need audio as well. Maybe now that's better, right? Does it work?
Right. Yes, it works perfect.
Okay. And well, I'm going to skip my video. I hope that's okay. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm really pleased to give a short talk about my research in contactless haptics and 3D displays. I'm relatively new to UCL. I don't know how long I can keep saying that, but at least for another week or so, maybe I can still say that. So my research interest is largely, I would like to describe it as tapping into the power of computation and physics to try and create new forms of magical user interfaces for people. I've been working for the last several years on 3 topics: shape-changing displays, mid-air haptics and display devices, and more recently, computational metamaterials. So today I want to tell a little bit about my work in mid-air haptics and 3D displays. So if you take an array of speakers, so phased array, one line of research that we've been looking at is how can I shape acoustic wavefronts so that we can create some haptics or display devices. So if I turn on these speakers in some kind of a beamforming mechanism, so the interesting thing is these ultrasonic speakers, if they create a focal point, and if I can modulate that focal point at a particular frequency, which is receptive to our hand mechanoreceptors, then we actually feel these haptic sensations. And that's quite interesting because then we can create haptic devices or haptic systems. When I say haptics, I mostly mean tactile interfaces, where people don't have to wear any gloves, and it supports walk-up and use interactions. So this is one line of research that we've been working on since 2011, and we did the spin-out company. How do we go? Next slide. Called Ultraleap that we formed in 2013, where we combined those speakers with a leap motion camera, which also we acquired to create full interactive experiences. Sometimes we will ask, what can we do with such experiences? So here are 2 videos I'm going to show. This is from Peugeot, which is a car manufacturer. So they've integrated, this is a concept car that they've demonstrated in a car automotive show. And here's another more fun one that we got from Lego. So the idea here is you can combine these touchless haptic systems with different types of mixed reality setups. So users can walk up and interact with the system and feel their interactions. Now, this is not what I'm going to talk for the rest of the talk about. What I want to focus on is something else that we can do with such phased arrays. If I take the same speaker array and put them in this kind of a configuration, which is a top and bottom arrangement, what we can do is not only feel those sensations, but we can also lift lightweight objects in midair, and we can do some interesting things with them. Right. So here's a small video showing a polystyrene bead that I can lift in free space, so it's levitating, and we can move them around to create visual experiences or visual interfaces for people. And I can create multiple of these modular units, bring them together. So then the beads can move from one to the other. Additionally, we don't have to levitate polystyrene beads. We can also levitate liquid, right? So if I have a small coffee bean, I can levitate that. I can put some hot water on this coffee bean. Some people call that coffee. I like my coffee with some milk. So yeah, we can levitate some milk as well. Or if you want something that's a little more substantial, maybe a little bit of meat, some lettuce and bread, you can call that a burger. So yeah, we can create lots of interesting systems with such with levitation. There's something else we can do as well, right? So we right now what you are seeing is moving a polystyrene bead in a rather slow pace. But what we could do is we can move that computation, which is very simple actually, into the FPGA, so we can go really, really fast. And then if I have a pattern that I move, I can go do something like this. So this is a single polystyrene bead that you're seeing that's going at 10,000 frames per second. So it's there's persistence of vision here, and so you don't see the bead. So we can modulate the particle with some tactile sensations as well. And I'll also explain the audible bit.
3, 2, 1, 0.
So there were a couple of things there, right? First is we don't just do levitation or 3D display, but we also combine that with tactile feedback and audio. So for our visual component, we only do phase manipulation of the transducer arrays. So the amplitude of the transducers is free for us to manipulate as we want, and we can just do amplitude modulation of that sound onto the bead. That means now you should remember that we're using 40 kilohertz transducers, so technically there's no audible sound, but because we do amplitude modulation on the bead, you can hear audio coming from the bead, and that feels like localized audio. So here, this is an example of two particles levitating, and one of them is emitting a chirp sound, and the other one is moving in persistence of vision time. And we can do many more things now. So I'm running out of time, I think. So I'm going to do one last show. So we can collect a lot of beads together, and we can manipulate them as if it's a single large object. So at this moment in time, these are all simple examples that we do. And what we're trying to do as we go forward is apply path planning techniques to move these beads independently in real time. So that's something that we're looking at. And alongside that, we've just started a new project with UltraDeep on creating swarms of these sound modulators to create different distributed algorithms for real-time control. So yeah, so I think I'm almost at the end of my talk. So yeah, this is all possible because we've been quite lucky to get funding from several funding bodies. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Sri. Actually, this is super impressive. I think this is also the comment in the chat. I don't see any questions for now, but let me see. No, everything is just comments of the nice work you have done there. Thanks a lot. I think we can go to the next speaker. Thanks a lot, Sri. Again, Anthony, if you are able to unmute and share your screen, it would be great. Great, thanks a lot. We don't hear you yet. Are you muted?
Hello?
Now we hear you. Yes.
Okay.
You
thanks.
go.
So it's a great pleasure to be here and talk about robots in a very narrow context, which is virtual reality. So our group sort of, it's also in computer science, focuses very much on effectiveness of immersive virtual reality. So we want to build systems that immerse people completely. So you look around and you see the virtual reality. You can interact with it in as if it's all the way around you. And we're very broadly interested in what effectiveness is. So we do both the science of why virtual reality is good, the engineering of systems. We have built displays, we have built graphics cards in the past, but also we work in the middle, which is about usability and measures of effectiveness. So we also have a lot of robots. So virtual reality has got very good over the last 10 to 15 years. We still run this display at UCL, which is a cave-like system. It's in Mallet Place Engineering Building. It's a small room, which is 3 meters by 3 meters by 2.2. And it's still the highest resolution, largest field of view virtual reality display in the college. There are higher resolution caves, but it's higher resolution than any head-mounted display because you've got more pixels and more field of view. But of course, you're talking 6 figures for one of these. The very first one we built was heading towards the 7 figures. And if it did burn down, we're looking at least 6 figures to replace this. But of course, at the opposite end of the spectrum, we have these. So this is a remarkable system from a company called, you may have heard of, called Facebook. It's £300. There's actually a new one now. It comes in white and it's better. £300, and this is a remarkable system for the price. Nobody else has been able to get close to this price and the quality of it. It's a fully integrated virtual reality system. It's very good. There are millions of them in the world, and there are hundreds of games on these systems. But to some extent, in other venues, I will argue that not much has changed. That it's got better. That obviously the fidelity's gone up. Because the GPU's got a lot faster. The cost has dropped 1,000-fold, but you're still using two hands. You wave them around in space and you see things happen and you hear things happen around you. But that's not so fair. I mean, engineering is remarkable. Some of the things that are coming out of labs like such as Samsung and Facebook Reality Labs in the next 2 to 3 years, I think we'll be surprised at what they're able to do to make displays which are accommodative, support accommodation, multifocal, and so on. It's going to be an interesting few years. But also the science has moved on very significantly in universities. It was considered to be an engineering challenge, and now we're sort of faced with, we've got good VR, what's missing? And obviously there's lots missing, that the whole of the tactile haptic experience is basically missing in these systems. But we do know that despite this, that the systems are very, very usable. People are, spending long times in these systems. They're mostly sold as games consoles now, but PricewaterhouseCoopers in London has a whole office that is selling this type of technology into businesses, right? So for training, certain types of meetings, certain types of product reviews. So it's got a substantive following behind it. But the bit one of our focuses has been in the last 5 to 10 years has been on the relationship of the interface to the neuroscience. And we know a lot now about embodiment and why you feel as if you're there. And there's 2 images from 2 experiments there that sort of essentially show that when you're in virtual reality, you are using your own body as an instrument. And in fact, in the bottom one, which I'll happily point anybody at a PDF of, it seems that you are better at certain types of puzzle if you can see yourself in VR than if you can't see yourself. And that's really fascinating, because it means that virtual reality is as much about getting the person into the system as it is about creating something around them. Okay, so here's a exhaustive list of robots that we own. There are various reasons for us. As I said, the tactile haptic experience is just missing in these systems. In most common consumer systems, most virtual reality labs don't do haptics. It's expensive, it's confusing, that it's badly supported in the software. So you can see that we have inherited various devices that simulate some sort of force feedback or tactile on the person. So I've left tactile out of this, but we have a whole range of tactile devices, vests, gloves, and things that you can wear. And the challenge is really to figure out, for us, is to build better haptics, but also figure out exactly when they're essential. Because the degrees of freedom of what we want to simulate for VR is in the thousands to tens of thousands of degrees of freedom. And these are, that hand robot you can see there, I think it's 5, it senses 10 movements of the hand, but can only resist the movement of 5 of them, I think. So we're a long way from being able to create the impression in virtual reality that the things that you see in front of you, which may look very real, actually have real tactile properties. Okay, so here's the type of thing that we get up to. We build surgical simulators. This is a HTC Vive with 2 of our robots. These are 2 Haptian arms. And you can see that the person is doing delicate surgery on a simulated character. So this is the Haptian. It's probably the best sort of force feedback device for virtual reality. The punchline of that is that it's not real surgery. We had a relationship collaboration with Bossa Studios, who make quite a fun game called Surgeon Simulator, which is a virtual reality game and also a console game now. Lots of fun. You get to operate on aliens and lots of cartoon characters, essentially. But we're enabling the sort of force feedback with these devices, so you can feel the instruments. You can do brain surgery with a carpenter's saw and things like that, and you feel some feedback. But again, it's a sort of it's not very realistic from a VR point of view. Obviously, if you really want to do this, you spend a lot more time simulating specific situations. And then we have haptics in other situations. So in the cave system I showed, we've had 2 generations of device which are sort of built especially for it. So they're arm's length range, and you can feel objects around, and they're designed to sit on the side of you. So you can't, so you don't see them, because of course in the cave you have direct line of sight of anything inside the room. So that's all very good. We have a 3rd generation of parts sat in our machine room to create a 6-finger device. So again, large scale, large movement, but 6 fingers. Unfortunately, that's languishing a bit, and unless anybody wants to come and help us. And we have anthropomorphic robots because we do a lot of work on telepresence, but that I'll leave that out, but it may be of interest. I'll sort of flag it up here. This is a virtual reality telecollaboration with no virtual reality in it. So we're doing all the virtual reality to reconstruct a scene, but it's actually rendered at both ends by robots. So this is symmetric. We had 2 of these robots called Robothespians. The one on the left is at UCL, the one on the right is in Florida. And the woman on the left and the man on the right are effectively embodied in the other site by robots. So there's a VR software underneath that, but you're treating the robot as a rendering output, which is again quite interesting. And we've upgraded that robot since, so it has a projected head and is quite interesting. It's made by a British company called Robothespian. Okay, so I thought a couple of minutes I'd show you one thing that we've been doing. So I'm personally interested in dimensionality of these, and in particular how the computer graphics of geometry and surfaces and so on can integrate with the mechatronics and dimensionality of that. Because as I said, we're looking at things that can change. I want to be able to feel cups, pens on the table. So how do I get there? And it's going to be a very long journey. So the docking haptics concept is trying to leverage 2 of our robots by essentially dynamically joining them together. So this is something we showed at a conference last year. So this is the Dexmo glove, which we have a pair of these. So they allow you to stop your hand grasping, but as the person demonstrates, there's no grounding of this. So it's not, although this is sold to naive VR people as you can pick up objects. Of course, you can touch them, but there's no sense in which you feel as if you've picked it up, because there's no weight on it. But we have these Haptics devices. So this is something that a few of us built last year. It was a hobby project of mine for a while, and then some of the postdocs like Sebastian and David and VJ helped. So we converted the Haptics robot, which is designed as a force feedback device, to effectively a robot arm that picks up the hand, so that it grabs you when you're in range. When you are in range of it, it grabs your hand and it can hold it and manipulate you, so you can feel the weight. Because the alternative for this over a large scale is to have the robots on a larger actuator base. And Haptics will happily sell you one of those, by the way. They do this. They're a great company, wonderful engineers. They will build you something that will move this robot arm over about 10 meters, I think, slide it backwards and forwards. I've seen it in operation, I think in Rennes in France, and it's a lovely system, great, very convincing, but obviously, first of all, you need 10 meters of linear space to put it, and a large amount of money. Anyway, so that's the docking haptics, and of course you can get into all sorts of configurations. We have a pair of Haptics we can pass between people, and so. Okay, so that's it going forwards. We have some work which I can't announce. Unfortunately, it's not out, and I'm embargoed. But I did when I was a sabbatical at Microsoft Research on shape-changing, high-dimensional shape-changing interfaces. They've done some work on haptic redirection. And there's sort of obvious trajectory to that, which I'll share to any common mailing list in a couple of weeks. We're interested in the integration and the redirection, and for VR, again, to emphasize, we're interested in this very high fidelity hand manipulation and how it impacts your sense that you are there with your hands in a virtual reality. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Anthony. That's very cool. Really nice things there. There is a quick question, more like from sci-fi movies or anime movies, on if you think that it is soon that we're going to be in this level of augmented or virtual reality level to sense all, to have all 5 senses while you're, you know, either for gaming or for teleoperating robots, etc. How far do you think we are from that?
Okay, so I have a 2-hour lecture version of this. So yes, so something I took out of the slides, because I presented something similar yesterday, is I think computer scientists are particularly naive about senses. You said 5. I don't want to criticize you, but we've got about 30 senses, right? Some of which are just not accessible to external simulation. So think about interoception. Bladder awareness is my favorite, right? Do you want to simulate it? But then there's taste, smell, and so on. I know Sri's lab is doing some work on that. We've done some work on these sensors, which are hard to get at without physically manipulating something. So the answer is robots, a little bit away down. It's machines that generate some of these things. And brainwaves, yes. So again, my reaction to that is, yes, there are brain-computer interfaces. We have them in the lab. We have used them. We've sort of run out of things to prove about VR about them because they're relatively slow. And I don't believe anybody, this is a long debate, anybody that says you're just going to plug into the spine, because you'll lose the body, right? Our embodied skill is actually quite profound. And I'd point to that experiment. If you're interested in brain interfaces, I would point to that experiment I alluded to about puzzles and your gesture, and just look at me waving my hands around to say that actually that's really, that movement is very significant. So you know a lot about your body in the real world. And again, we've been trying to put that back into virtual reality, and it's had quite a big impact. That you yourself are there and you can see your own hands, and it sort of imbues them with some skill. Of course, and all bets are off as soon as you touch anything, because it doesn't do what you expect.
Okay, cool. I think that concludes your talk. Thanks a lot again, Anthony, for this.
Yeah.
And I would like to invite Vijay to give the next talk. Vijay, I'm going to pause the recording for your talk. All right, so I think the next is myself, actually, as far as I see from here. So I'm going to share my screen. No, let me do it. Desktop 2, share screen, and play. Hopefully you see my screen. Let me know if you don't. So hi all, my name is Dimitrios Kanoulas, lecturer in robotics and computation at the Department of Computer Science at UCL. Our newly formed lab named Robot Perception and Learning is part of the secondary, is part of the autonomous system group of the department. So it includes several members, 4 primary members that you see in the picture, also a few secondary members, and usually more than 10 master and bachelor students per year. We're very lucky to collaborate with several exceptional researchers, both inside UCL and some external ones. Some of those at UCL that we closely collaborate with, you can see in the right part of the slide. To name them is Marc Deisenroth, Simon Julier, Helge Wurdemann, Yuanchang, Yasemin Bekiroglu, Dan Stoyanov, and others. While, of course, we have external collaborators. For instance, IIT in Italy, CERT in Greece, LAS in RS in France, DLR in Germany, University of Leeds in the UK, to just name some. The research focus of the group is in the intersection of perception and planning, and a bit of design and control, focused mainly on local manipulation tasks, SLAM and navigation using both traditional and learning techniques. So we have, oops, sorry. Let me go back. So we have a great experience on robots that are complex and have high degrees of freedom, including mainly humanoids, quadrupeds, and animaloids, and mobile manipulators. We have worked in the past on the perception and planning part of the robots that appear in this slide, such as Coman, Walkman Centauro, Common Plus, and the Mocha robot from the Italian Institute of Technology, as well as the PAL Robotics Talos humanoid from, which is now in LAS CNRS. So currently the lab owns a highly dynamic quadruped robot that you see in the video, a few robotic arms, grippers and sensors, as well as a mobile manipulator that you can see on the right part of the slide. And I will now give you a glimpse at a few projects that we run inside the group, and some that we have run with some external collaborators. So the first project that runs by our postdoc, Dr. Kirsty Ellis, and several master and bachelor students over the years is called Navigation Among Movable Objects or Obstacles. You can imagine a cluttered environment in which a robot needs to move from a place to another, but there is not a free path to do that. Thus, the robot needs to create a free space by manipulating the surrounding objects in order to reach the goal. Mike Stillman was working heavily on this topic. This is a very nice and challenging planning problem while we are looking into integrating environment cognition in it. To do that, we use photorealistic simulators such as the NVIDIA's Isaac Sim to solve the problem and also fill the simulation to reality gap. We use deep learning methods to classify objects and find their poses in the space, and use this information to plan the path via pushing objects around in a meaningful way. Last, we evaluate, of course, the method on our mobile manipulator using onboard sensing and computation, as you saw in this video. Another work, which was recently accepted at IROS, is the creation of robotic grippers for grocery picking. This project is done by our PhD student, Luc Bedeau, in collaboration with Professor Helge Wurdemann from the Mechanical Engineering Department at UCL. So grocery warehouses, such as the Ocado one, for example, require often pick and place of fruits and vegetables without damaging them. So grippers for this task may need to reach into tightly packed or cluttered containers. We believe that long, thin, cantilever fingers are simple to model and robust against object damages. Movable palm and hooked figures allow objects to be surrounded, which is a simple way of preventing escape. So for this reason, we designed and built the first prototype that was tested with a human operator across almost 500 different grasps. The video on the bottom right shows this new prototype gripper. Grasps were strong, lifting up to 1.5 kilos and resisting 5 Newton disturbances in multiple directions. 94% stable grasping on a set of elementary objects was observed when picked from stands, while there was an 85% disturbance rejection during grasping. To move on to a collaborative project, a recent one that will be presented next week at Humanoids. Humanoids 2020 happens in 2021 this year because of COVID. So it has to do with sustainable environments and recycling in particular. So this project was funded by the Global Engagement Fund of UCL and run in collaboration with IIT in Italy. We first trained a deep network named GarbageNet to identify garbage in the environment using the RGB image from onboard cameras and localize reachable grasps on the garbage set using the depth data. To train the network, we use a dedicated labeled data set for recycle named TACO. IIT, the Italian Institute of Technology, provided an impedance whole body controller for the robot that is safe and efficient to grasp objects spread on the ground. The video here shows some demonstrations of the method inside the lab, where the robot is identify garbage, classifies them based on their material, and recycles them in the right bin. Another collaborative work between our lab at UCL and the Real Robotics Lab at the University of Leeds includes teleoperation and telepresence on a leg manipulation robot that you see in this picture, using AMU-based body sensing and a VR headset. The purpose was to dispose explosive ordnance, while the project was funded from DASA and DSTL. In the video, you can see the teleoperator controlling the robot's velocity to complete the task. Moving on, and last, I think, project that I would like to mention, actually a set of projects, is have to do with perception and planning of legged locomotion in rough and uncertain terrains. In these videos, you see some of our previous works at IT in Italy, where we developed path and footstep planning, as well as robust and efficient state estimation for highly complex robots, such as humanoids and animaloids or quadrupedals. We're looking and we're working into using similar but more advanced techniques to allow quadruped robots navigating very challenging terrains such as mountains and volcanoes. The purpose is to allow safe and efficient monitoring and inspection of volcanic eruptions without the need of humans to access dangerous areas. We hope to be able to show you more exciting results of this research in the close future. And with this, I would like to thank you and welcome any questions you might have. All right. I don't see any questions in the chat. Feel free to ask questions later on, and I will be able to write them in the chat. Next, I would like to invite Marc Deisenroth to share his screen and unmute. Marc?
Yeah, coming, just a second.
Cool background. All right, off you go.
Okay, so I hope this works.
Yes.
Cool. Thanks, Dimitrios, for inviting me to this really cool workshop. Today, I'd like to give a brief overview of some of the work that we do in our group on data-efficient approaches to robot learning. So the principal starting point is that if we want systems that can automatically adapt to new situations, we need some mechanisms that can extract relevant information and also learn from data. In robotics, there's additionally a practical challenge that we can't get an arbitrary amount of data. We can only conduct a very small or relatively small number of experiments with a robot due to hardware wear and tear and also time constraints. In practice, we can't be faster than real time, which you could do in a simulator. Therefore, we need to think very carefully about data efficient learning methods. That means methods that produce good results, even if they only have access to a relatively small amount of data. So today I would, that didn't quite work. Okay. Today I'd like to briefly talk about 4 different approaches to make learning methods in robotics more feasible. So keep in mind that this list is not exhaustive. So let's start with model-based reinforcement learning. Here, the idea is to collect a small data set of trajectories from the robot to learn a probabilistic forward model. And this forward model can then be used as a simulator for the robot. If we use this model for long-term planning and policy optimization, we don't need to interact with the robot at all during this optimization. But once we have a learned policy or a learned controller, we can apply this policy to the robot and get some more data. So the only interaction with the robot is applying this learned policy. Once we have this new data, we can use the data to refine the learned forward model, and then we repeat this loop. So let me give you maybe a visualization of how this works. Just see here. Can you see this video as well? I hope so. So we start.
Yes, we do.
Okay, cool. We start off by just applying random actions to this system. So this is a cart pull system where a cart is running on a track, and the idea is to find a control strategy that swings up the pendulum and balances it in the inverted position. So we start off by applying random actions to collect some data. Then we learn a probabilistic model of these dynamics. In this case, we use a Gaussian process for this. And then we use this for a long-term planning and policy optimization. So now we went back to this, to the robot, applied this policy, and not really much happened yet, but it stayed already in the middle of the track. And the reason why it couldn't do much more is that if you look at the uncertainty, the predictive uncertainty, it basically knows nothing when it starts planning. But with this refined model, it figured out that it couldn't do really, it didn't do very well, and it tried something different, and that was this kind of like aggressive swing up movement, which led to overshooting. But as you can see now in the subsequent trials, with this additional information, again, it automatically learns to slow down this, this swing up movement, and it gradually gets better and better. And actually what you can see here is a significant improvement in every single trial. And it's very hard to find reinforcement learning methods that learn from scratch that achieve this kind of learning speed. So now we're almost there, and we're going to try this once more. So we have now 15 seconds of collected data, and it balances the pendulum now in the inverted position, and we only penalize the basically Euclidean distance between the tip of the pendulum and the position in the middle of the track. And it's even robust to small disturbances because it is a feedback controller. So that's kind of like how this entire thing works. This approach can lead to an unprecedented learning speed in a wide range of robotics applications. And here are some examples. So for example, we use this idea for learning to stack a tower of blocks using an off-the-shelf cheap robot arm. Researchers at Bosch also use these ideas for controlling throttle valves and combustion engines. And we also use this approach on a DLR robot arm for learning to do curling. So a second approach for to speed up learning good policies in robotics is to give a good initialization. And here we look at imitation learning, where a human teacher demonstrates desired behavior. We can think of this as a guidance of what good behavior looks like, and we can try to either imitate or improve the demonstrated behavior. Basically, the demonstration is an informative inductive bias of the learning approach. In this particular case, we use a tendon-driven robot arm, here shown on the left, to hit or for learning to hit table tennis balls. And we use a learned probabilistic forward model, so similar to what I just showed on the previous slide, for planning and policy optimization, so that the learned behavior closely resembles the demonstrated behavior. And here's a really very short video of like what this looks like. So here's the demonstration that we do. So we hit the table tennis ball, and then the learned behavior looks like this. So I mean, visually it's very similar. It also is, if you look at the numbers and compare the trajectories, it is actually very similar. A third way to accelerate learning is to transfer knowledge from known tasks to new tasks that are related. So for example, if we have these 4 robot arms up here, we see that they have things in common, such as the number of joints. If we already know how to learn good forward models or policies for 3 of them, there must be a way to exploit that knowledge when we look at the 4th one. The key idea is to exploit inherent similarities or relatedness between these robot arms to transfer knowledge. And we distinguish between shared global properties from task-specific properties. And this can be formulated as a hierarchical Bayesian inference problem, which will then allow us to automatically learn similarities between tasks. We looked at solving the cardpole problem, so that's what we have seen previously in the video, where we use different masses and lengths of the pendulum. So that gives rise to slightly different dynamics. Using this hierarchical setting, I have a very simple illustration up here in the top right corner. So using this kind of setting, we automatically find that heavy and long pendulums result in very similar dynamics. So that's the plot down here. So we have a lot of things clustered in the bottom left corner, which are basically long pendulums and heavy pendulums. Light and short pendulums are very distinct from the other ones. One of the nice side effects of this hierarchical approach is that it facilitates few-shot learning, and overall it leads to faster learning of new tasks. And so the final example I wanted to give is that we can also explicitly incorporate inductive biases into learning. For example, sometimes we have prior knowledge about the problem we wish to solve, or informative prior knowledge. And that could be mechanical or physical constraints, such as conservation laws, or geometric constraints, for example, if the system operates on a Riemannian manifold. And by explicitly accounting for these constraints, we can exclude solutions that make no sense. So for example, if we have 3 possible paths that go from Q of A to Q of B, but only one of them conserves energy, which is the green one, we can throw out the other 2 immediately without even considering them further. So this kind of idea will reduce the search space and also lead to faster learning as well. So to summarize, I wanted to motivate that data efficiency is a practical challenge when it comes to machine learning in robotics. And I briefly touched upon 4 orthogonal approaches to accelerate data-driven learning in robotics. Yeah, so if you have questions, I'm very happy to answer them. Thanks so much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Marc. I don't see any questions so far. Cool. Thanks a lot for this. What I'm trying to do is that I got a comment that people cannot turn on caption. I'm investigating this, and hopefully we'll make it available soon. Okay, so for the next talk, I would like to invite Simon Julier as the last speaker from the computer science department before we move to WEISS Center. Simon, if you can share your screen.
Okay.
Make sure it works.
Okay. Is that working?
It does.
Excellent. Perfect. All right. Cool. Okay. Thanks very much, Dimitrios. Yeah, it's very exciting to be here, and certainly I'm really kind of absolutely finding it absolutely fascinating. Kind of all the other work that people are doing as well. It's really, really interesting with that. What I thought I would do, so a number of sort of my PhD students and so on are already talking, going to be talking later at the poster session. I thought what I'll do is I'll focus more on some of the work that we do that's kind of specific, that won't be covered by what the other students will talk about. And in particular, we've got a long-standing interest, which is how we can use prior information in things like mapping and localization of robotics. So many robotics problems, really what you've got is you've got a robot and it's operating in its environment. In particular, it needs to know information about where it's located in that environment. So one example is you think of stuff like self-driving cars going around. You know, at the bare minimum, they need to have some sense of, for instance, what road junction are they at? Do they turn left? Do they turn right? We've done work, for example, this was some stuff we did in the past where we were flying around some drones with some of the fire training academies in Liverpool. And, you know, the interest there is how do you monitor a building, for instance, which is on fire, is developing and it's growing. You also get things like augmented reality systems running around. So, for instance, this was from a company called Blipper that was looking at providing, you know, stuff like directions and so on for people. And also, if you look at tasks such as, for example, the construction monitoring and management work that Vijay talked about as well, there's a real precision and a requirement for the robots to move around to be able to create maps and models of these environments and to do them accurately. And one of the crucial things as well is these are all outdoor environments. They're all unstructured. You haven't gone out, you haven't mapped and measured them exhaustively in the past. And for instance, they can vary on a change or a day-by-day basis. So there are some systems out which have been developed, and this is an example of a system called OrbSlam running. So this is a very well-known one. So what's happening at the top here is you've got images being fed into the system, and as the system moves, they'll build very large maps of the environment, and they'll do this continuously and in real time. So another example of a real-time system actually is the Vive system that Anthony mentioned, also does this internally on a VR-based approach as well. So these systems can work, you know, they appear to work very, very accurately and very successfully. However, there are problems associated with these systems and they can exhibit drift. So what we've got here is, this is actually a map of the relevant part of the car's route. We've got here's actually the track that the robot's doing, and the dots show, you know, where it thinks its map of the world is doing. And over a fairly small distance, what you can probably start seeing is that although the road goes up this way and the robot is driving straight up, it starts curving to the left-hand side. And the reason why is there are errors which appear in your system. And as you go further, the larger these errors become. Now, in some cases, you can recover. So if it's a self-driving car, you still know, do you turn left or right or a junction? But if you're, for example, trying to do monitoring to say, okay, for instance, have these buildings been built in the right place, you're starting to generate errors of you know, a meter or two that can come out as a result of this. So our sort of interest, there are a number of approaches, but we were thinking, okay, if you look at, for instance, say, this is an example of an urban environment. There's an awful lot of information which is sitting in this environment, which the earlier system I've shown you doesn't use. So we can see, for instance, there are buildings around, there are vehicles around that might tell us something about size and scale. And so one of the questions that we've been really interested about is, if we look at these real world environments, what can we bring in from them that we can actually put into these mapping and localization processes? So very much, here's real world, what's available there, how do we use it? So one example of where we're using this prior information is we've been looking at these maps that you get. So for instance, this is data from OpenStreetMap. It's a completely open source data source. You can get it from almost any part of the world. And it's very, very high resolution in the sense that, for instance, what you have is you have the footprints for individual buildings there. And these are also typically accurate to a meter or two, so it's widely accessible. And so, for instance, something we've been building is, how do we take this information and use it in a SLAM system? Now, you can't just take this directly and assume it's a true representation of the world. So if you look here, for instance, you've got, for example, iron railings that aren't modeled, you've got walls which aren't modeled, there's a bit of construction that's going on here, you've got street signs and so on going on here as well. But you can use it, certainly provide hints, and then you have to do a lot of work in the background to do this. So, for example, one of the approaches we take then is you can do something called semantic segmentation. So you can be able to tell this is a city street, these are parked cars, here's pavements, there's walls and so on now. And then what you can do is you can combine that into your SLAM system. So what I've got here now is the green dots are where it thinks stuff is not building, the red dots is where it says it thinks it's building. And then it could start doing tests to say, well, okay, if we think these are on buildings, can we use that information to actually improve the quality of the system that we've got here? And so, for instance, this is a video just showing kind of like the same stuff before. And what you should be able to see now is, if you look at where those black lines are being lined up, they're now being lined up on the basis of the wall. And the reason why the system's able to use both information about the estimated position and the semantics to improve the quality of the estimates. This is one example of how one could start improving these systems and make them scale over very large sizes. And again, the crucial thing about this is we didn't need to go out and take millions of training images or data before. Somebody's trained the networks already. We just need a very, very sparse and easy to get hold of information source, and very scalable information source to use as well. Another interesting challenge you actually get out is where you have things like quasi-static objects. So London's great for this. So for instance, here's a bus, and the bus is sitting there, and what happens is after a while the bus moves and it drives off. Okay, what could possibly be hard or difficult about that? And if you look at what happens with your SLAM system now, so this is a view of it, is the system seems pretty happy, but what actually happens at this point is, as the bus moves, what the tracking system has done is it thinks the bus is stationary, and then what it is doing is it's then saying, well, I'm assuming the rest of the world is moving around the bus. And the reason why is because it just uses these kind of like low-level descriptors. And that's why, for example, this curve comes in, is it's desperately trying to think, well, how would the buildings move if the bus is stationary? So again, what we can do is we can use the semantics, and we've actually swapped the color order here. So red shows this is on a bus, and green shows that this is on a background. And what the system can do is it can use the bus data when the bus is stationary, but when the bus moves, it will actually remove that data from there. And if you look then at what happens with the tracking in this case, the red is actually the data which is located with the bus, and it's kind of boring. The bus doesn't, there's nothing weird that happens with it. And the reason why is it's able to reject directly from that. So we're actually looking at, sorry, I forgot to include the last slide, but this is kind of a simple example of looking at, for instance, the identities of objects and tying them up with information in the background. There's lots of other stuff we're looking at. So we're saying, how can you look at, for instance, landmarks off in the distance? So you may have seen in the early picture, we had UCH. So you get these big dominant buildings. Some people have looked at, and we're looking at things like, okay, if we know cars, we know the average size of cars, so we can use information about the scale off of them. There's also other stuff that we're looking at a little bit, which says, if you've got construction monitoring information, you get some rough information about where you expect to find objects and how you can exploit, and you can use the information with that as well. So yeah, so that's the kind of information we're looking at, is how we can really combine information subsets that we take for granted in an everyday environment, and combine them in specifically to look at the question of how can the robot know where it is better than it's able to at the moment. Okay, so that's the talk. So any questions?
Everybody, my name is Agostino Stilli.
Sorry, Ramon. Yes, so thank you. I don't see any questions in the chat. No, I think it's There's nothing in the Q&A. Great, thanks a lot for the talk.
Cool.
I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think next we have Dan Stoyanov from the WEISS Center. So we have a set of talks from WEISS now. John, if you could, we can see you. We cannot hear you. You are muted. If you can share the screen.
Hi, Dimitrios. Hi, everyone. Really pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for leading and organizing this this symposium.
Thanks for joining. If you could share your screen, it would be great just to make sure that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do it now. Cool. Can you guys see it?
Yes, we can see it. Over you go.
Okay. Fantastic. So I'm going to speak about the WEISS Center as a whole, and I'll leave the more cool actual robotics research for Agostino, Evs, and Francisco to talk about kind of the more science side of what we do. I'll just give a broad overview of us as a center. And WEISS is a large initiative. We're funded by Wellcome and EPSRC, and we involve various faculties and are also linked to a number of the research hospitals that are part of UCL partners. Dimitrios said that Simon's was the last computer science talk, but I confess to also being in computer science. I'm a professor in computer science and
I know
director of the center. I think Francisco is also. So we're very much involved both in computer science and in the other engineering and beyond engineering departments. So just to set the scene a little bit about why robotics is important in interventions and in surgery. So this is just some data and some slides that I've cannibalized from a recent review paper that one of our PhD students is publishing. So these are the stats around the most popular, most successful surgical robot in the world, which is made by Intuitive Surgical. And their latest report essentially says that they're performing over 1 million surgeries a year. They've performed almost 10 million surgeries in total, and every 25 seconds, a new robotic surgery begins. So this is a process that has been accelerating for about 20 years. Intuitive are by far the market leaders, but there's a number of systems that are emerging at the moment, and so it's very likely that these numbers are going to significantly grow. And we can also see that this is also reflected in the research community. Medical robotics is one of the really popular keywords and key topics in IROS and in ICRA. And so both in research and in translation and in a commercial setting, robotics are really important for the future of healthcare delivery and healthcare interventions. And really they allow interventions to potentially be better, so less invasive, more effective, and so forth. Robotics research in surgical robotics spans lots of different categories, and these can relate to the type of data that people might be using, to the type of hardware that they may be developing. And so in this review, some of these categories are identified and segmented in order to try to understand the landscape, particularly within the context of a specific platform, which is the DVRK. So Intuitive Surgical about 10 years ago did a fantastic initiative where they started to donate clinically decommissioned systems to labs. So these really expensive million pound robots, once they retire from clinical use, we were able to obtain them and have them in the lab. So you've got an imaging system, you've got a console, you've got the end effectors and the instruments. So suddenly it means that if you've got a group that's focused purely on computer vision or purely on instrument development, you don't need to build the rest of the system in order to test out what this may look like. And this has really stimulated loads and loads of new research, and it's continuing to grow. And lots of different areas are being explored in this framework. So I think initiatives like this have been really important, because developing a full surgical robot is extremely expensive business. I think there was a recent announcement where one of the UK companies building a competitor system to Intuitive, Cambridge Medical Robotics, they announced that I think it's their C or D funding round. They've just closed 600 million from SoftBank to continue the development of their system. So you can kind of imagine how much money it takes to really develop a full surgical robot and put it into the clinical environment. So I hope that sets the context in terms of robotics and surgery and interventions, and why it's important and interesting to work in that space. As a center, WEISS really has the mission to not only develop robotic technologies, but a number of different types of technology, from navigation and computing systems to different visualizations to surgical AI, and of course link that to potentially to robots. And I would imagine a lot of the devices that are going to be emerging in the medical device space over the next 10 years are going to be somehow roboticized, or would have been robots before they became devices, however you want to use the terminology. And to translate this, this type of technology, this type of engineering research into clinically meaningful solutions. So technology that increases the precision of surgery, enhances the safety of surgery, that integrates multiple capabilities to make surgery better, and potentially also enables new treatments. So treatments of patient cohorts that previously were untreatable or inaccessible, and so forth. And so it's a far-ranging mission, and we're developing lots of different technologies to address it. Now, I've cannibalized some slides that I recently presented to our funders that give a snapshot of the center, and I'm going to do that today as well. So the WEISS hub is based in Charles Bell House. It's a building just west of Tottenham Court Road. It's about 15 minutes walk from the main campus and also from the hospital. We're approximately 130 researchers with a number of PIs from different faculties. We have advisory board structures, and since we're a funded center, the resources to be able to take initiatives like that. Really excitingly, especially if you want to create spin-outs and to potentially get your technology into the clinic, the center maintains a QMS, so an ISO certified QMS, particularly for software development at the moment, although we're looking at how we might be able to extend that. And in addition to the main hub, there's also, through the IHE, engineering space for translational engineering at the Royal Free Hospital, and also we have another mock operating room with imaging and a surgical robot at Here East. So it's quite a vibrant and dynamic center. You don't need to look at all of these numbers. It's just presenting a cross section of metrics that we're assessed by, but the center has attracted significant amounts of funding and of course papers, patents, and so forth. Really excitingly, we have a tiny bit of incubation space, and we've managed to foster the development of 3 companies. One of those exited a couple of years ago, and there's several other companies that are coming up. And we support a number of clinical feasibility projects. So these are projects where you're testing the development of technology in the operating room, in the clinical setting, and refining that technology, understanding the challenges, understanding the benefits, and really trying to bridge that translational gap between engineering and actual, full medical products that are in mainstream use. And I think we're doing really, really well in that space. So I'm presenting here not just work from WEISS, but from UCL Healthcare Engineering more broadly. We've got a spin-out company, Odin, that are developing AI solutions in endoscopy, and that's now translated in medical products that are being sold in the NHS and in Europe. This is an example of a liver navigation system in the center. These are translational research projects that are getting feedback from the patient. Being able to return to work sooner avoids discrimination in the workplace. So I would never have thought of this type of impact when I see a project like that materializing, but it's really exciting to get the feedback from patients once you see your work being translated. And of course, most of you will have seen the fantastic work from Becky Shipley and the UCL Ventura team around alleviating some of the needs through the pandemic. One of the really exciting aspects of the center is that we have funding and resources and staff to run a very active public engagement program. Obviously, running public engagement during a lockdowns and pandemic is somewhat hampered, but we've done what we can with online activities, and hopefully over the next year we'll be resuming some of the active events. So our team is open to support and to help anybody in working in robotics and in healthcare engineering to get involved in engaging with the public. I think with robotics, this is particularly exciting because I think you'll get lots and lots of excited members of the public seeing the sort of fantastic, really cool technology that we're developing. So it'd be great to participate in some of the training programs that the team develops, and also to, if we can help you in any way to reach out to the public, then by all means connect, and we'd be very happy to do that. So the center mission is really to get technology into the clinic and to develop new clinical capabilities. And we know that software, you may be able to translate algorithms and software systems to support clinical teams in a fairly short time scale. But sensors, imaging devices, and of course robots have a very different translational path, translational time, and require a huge amount of resources. And so, I think we're very fortunate to be able to support some of this process, not only through resources, but also through expertise and know-how in some of the regulatory frameworks, also in some of the ways that you get into clinical trials and how you managed it, and some of the ways of monitoring the effect of technology in the clinic. In terms of the type of work that is happening within WEISS, this is just some of the platforms that the center currently funds. So you see that robotic assistant is one of those, and I'm sure Agostino will speak to that effect. But also we're involved in simulation, in different imaging technologies, in AI, in navigation systems, and in very exciting, very unique to UCL work, such as different coatings or completely new imaging modalities. And this, of course, is led by brilliant investigators, experts in their own disciplines. But I think that the role for robotics in this space is really exciting. So I think I can imagine how robots can make some of the imaging systems better by articulating the imaging sensor. Can imagine how coating robotic instruments with new coatings might provide safer or more effective systems. I can envisage how simulation, AR, and VR can link to better robotic systems. So I think there's a really exciting opportunity for the robotics community to engage with some of these other technologies that are being developed. And one of the missions for the center is really to turn those platform or core technical developments and innovations into meaningful clinical solutions. So here you have a plethora of examples of how some of this technology is being used in clinical environments to either assist navigation or to provide better access or better articulation. And I think we're really well positioned at UCL to have a major impact in this space, and this is what is the feedback that we're getting from our international advisory board. So very excited about today. Fantastic to see some of the work that's happening. I hope that this can be a catalyst for further engagement, and I'm very much looking forward to the discussion and to the rest of the presentations. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dan. That was cool. I don't see any questions in the chat for now, but if there is any, I will let you know to answer on the chat. Agostino couldn't be with us today, so I will play his video that he shared with me. So let me do that. Share desktop 2, share. Hopefully you'll see the video, and I will be silent, and hopefully you will listen to clear the voice of Agostino. All right.
Hi everybody, my name is Agostino Stilli and I'm a lecturer in Medical and Soft Robotics in the Department of Medical Physics and Biomedical Engineering. And I am the co-investigator for robotics in the Surgical Robot Vision Research Group led by Professor Stoyanov. I'm also responsible for the teaching of the module Robotic System Engineering and the MSc in Robotics and Computation in Computer Science, and for the teachings of medical robotics and devices for the new master starting in September 2021 in Medical Robotics and Artificial Intelligence in Medical Physics and Biomedical Engineering department. Today, I'm going to give you a brief overview about the work done by the robotics teams in SRV in the context of robotics for healthcare. Later on today, you'll see a number of our team members presenting their work more in details in other sessions, so this will be just a quick summary to give you an understanding of the different activities taking place within our group. The SRV robotics team is based partially in Churchwell House in the Wellcome EPSRC Center for Interventional and Surgical Sciences, as well as in the UCL facilities of Here East in Stratford. In Here East, where also other members of the UCL Robotics Institute from other departments are based, the SRV lab is equipped with a Da Vinci surgical system paired with a Da Vinci research kit and a C-arm. In Churchwell House instead, the SRV team, as well as other research teams within the center, have access to a fully equipped mock OR room embedding a Da Vinci paired with a DVRK, an O-arm, as well as multiple ultrasound and endoscopic systems. The SRV is a fairly large group led by Professor Stoyanov that counts more than 40 members at the moment, but in this presentation I'm going to talk only about the activities related to robotics that I coordinate. Here you can see all the SRV robotics team members, with the team being almost equally divided between computer science and medical physics. We do also have a number of clinical collaborators based at UCLH, Royal Free, and the Royal Ent, among others. To give you a brief summary of what I'm going to talk about in this quick presentation, I'm going to talk about laparoscopic robotic-assisted surgery, reinforcement learning approaches to modeling and control challenges in robotics, the use of soft robotics technologies for both surgical and interventional applications, ultrasound sonography, especially in the context of obstetrics, robotic-assisted organ perfusion, as well as robotic systems for minimally invasive neurosurgery. The Da Vinci surgical systems represents the state-of-the-art of robotic-assisted surgery, and Cretan, a postdoc in our research group, investigates how to improve robotic-assisted surgical procedures using augmented reality, introducing virtual fixtures in the surgical robotics workspace, as well as using visual servoing to automate surgical tasks. Drew instead is a PhD, part of the DeepMind UCL PhD program, and he investigates reinforcement learning techniques which have a wide range of applications in robotic systems. His work links to the wider research effort within the group in the context of reinforcement learning for robotics, including the work done by our PhD student Keshav in the context of concentric tube robots. So these catheter diameter robots are continuum and dexterous systems which are showing great potential for a wide range of surgical and interventional procedures. Nonetheless, these systems are extremely hard to control, and Keshav in his research is investigating how reinforcement learning can be used to solve this problem. Claudia is a PhD student who investigates the...
Guys, let me reshare because I think it's very blurry and I will try to do without optimization. Sorry for that. I'll go like this. Let me know if it is better.
Reinforcement learning techniques in the context of the pneumatically attachable flexible raise system for organ repositioning and manipulation, and its use with the Da Vinci surgical system. Her PhD research strongly focuses on automation of surgical tasks and subtasks. Robotic-assisted partial nephrectomy is one of the most widely performed robotic-assisted laparoscopic procedures worldwide. And in this context, the PathRail system has been developed to aid this procedure in the identification of tumoral masses underneath the surface of the kidney. Eva and Solène are PhD students in SRV and are collaborating with the team of Dr. Maxine Tran at Royal Free in the context of the PathRail project. And in specific, in their work, they're investigating the use of fiber optic-based shape sensing technologies for 3D reconstruction of tumoral masses in this surgical procedure when we use the puff rail system. Bani is a PhD student in SRB and is developing a novel shape-shifting robotic capsule system based on constant track aversion for the screening of the gastrointestinal tract, aiming at making colonoscopic and gastroscopic procedures less painful for the patient while enhancing the imaging capabilities as well as the control on tools embedded in the system. And here you can see the capsule with the track sliding on the surface of the chamber that allow the reconfiguration of this system. Lucas and Sofia are both postdoctoral researchers in SRB, and they're investigating the use of a novel soft robotic system for needle steering for intratympanic steroid injection in collaboration with Dr. Joseph Manjali in the Royal National End Hospital. This delicate procedure is currently performed manually by expert clinicians handling long, flexible needles, and this novel robotic system has the potential to significantly de-skill this procedure, ensuring more accurate drug delivery. And at the bottom right, you can see the robotic system navigating a pipe mimicking the ear canal. Obstetric ultrasound is the primary screening method for monitoring mother and fetus throughout gestation, and predefined anatomical planes like standard planes retain a significant clinical relevance in this procedure. So the correct acquisition of these standard planes requires years of training and present high inter and intra-operator variability. Chiara, a PhD student in our group, her research project aims at building a vision-based deep reinforcement learning training system to guide novice sonographers in acquiring adequate obstetric ultrasound images. The team composed by Katie, Rennie, and George and Lucas works together with the team of Professor Brian Davidson at the Royal Free Hospital in the development of an organ perfusion platform for active organ imaging and manipulation. And the goal here is to develop a cost-effective solution embedding multiple sensing modalities to enable precision organ monitoring and perfusion. Another part of our team works in the context of robotics for minimally invasive neurosurgeries. Manish here is a PhD student in SRB, is developing novel dexterous tools for transnasal neurosurgery, investigating the ergonomic of different handheld robotic solutions to expand the capabilities of the surgeon performing this procedure. While George, who is a postdoctoral research fellow in SRB, works instead on the reconstruction and resealing of the skull base after transnasal procedure have been performed. And in his research, he is developing a custom compact fabrication cell to create patient-specific seals based on post-operatory imaging of the surgical scene, so that the surgeon doesn't have to manually cut this part. So thank you very much for your attention, and I leave it now to Francisco and Evagelos, who are going to tell you about the work of the SRV group in the context of computer vision and surgical data science.
Cool.
Thank you.
Sorry for the first part of the video. It was a bit blurred, I know. When we share it later and under the web page, it will be the clear one, the clear version. So I invite you to watch it there. And now I would like to invite, I think, Francisco to share his screen. Let me see why Francisco is not there. Sorry, Francisco. Now you should be able to show your video, share, and unmute. Yes? Yeah, perfect. Over you go.
I hope you all can hear me, see me, and see my presentation.
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm Francisco Vasconcelos. I'm also a member of WEISS and the Surgical Robot Vision Group. And I'm specifically going to talk about the problem of visual localization and mapping in computer-assisted interventions. So why do we need visual localization and mapping? Basically, as surgery is moving towards a paradigm of minimally invasive surgery, which means causing the minimum amount of trauma to a patient. Surgeries are conducted with the smaller and smaller devices that can operate through smaller and smaller incisions. And although this has a lot of benefits to the patient, this also poses additional challenges to the surgeon, because now it's more difficult to manipulate instruments, there are motion constraints, and additionally, there are also visibility constraints. So we see the surgery through a very narrow field of view that doesn't represent the entire area we are interested in it. So in this context, the techniques from autonomous navigation in robotics can help us in better understanding and expanding the field of view of the surgeon and providing better and more complete information about anatomy, instruments, surgical workflow, and so on. So moving to a very particular example, which is in fetal surgery. This is a project I have been working for a while. We are interested, for example, in twin-to-twin transfusion syndrome, which is a condition where two twins that share a placenta have an uneven circulation of blood that makes the blood circulate more through one of the babies than through another. And this has problems with growth and needs to be treated before pregnancy. So this is a very delicate procedure that is done while fetus are moving inside the womb. And the main goal is to look at the placenta and stop the blood circulation with a laser ablation tool between both twins. Now, what we're really interested in knowing is in knowing where the vessels are so that none of these vessels are missed, but a lot of other things are going on in the surgery. So the first thing that we need to worry about is tracking of visual landmarks. So traditionally, in SLAM type methods, we look at interest points, things that are visually distinctive. And this has a number of challenges in the context of these surgeries. One of them is that we have a lot of occlusions, a lot of debris because this surgery is conducted under fluid. So we're progressively moving towards more and more, not just abstract interest points, but actual interest points that are correlated with the anatomy we are interested in. So we are moving more from handcrafted features to more deep learning based approaches where we actually detect the vessels and the structures of interest. Now, once we are able to do this reliably, then we can start expanding the field of view of the surgeon and building larger maps that we can use to localize images during the surgery and provide a more higher level context. Now, there are still a number of challenges that we still have to address in the future. So these are very nice sequences where everything is very easily visible, but this is not the case all the time. So more specifically, there are two major challenges that we need to address in the future. One of them is related to low visibility, and that a lot of the time we will have occlusions. And the other problem is that each surgery has a very different appearance. So we need to be able to have methods that are robust enough to this very high variability. So more on the first problem, one of the things that we're working on is on visual recognition of different aspects of the surgery when there is a clear view of the scene, when there are occlusions, when the tool is present, when we're actually modifying the scene, so that we can represent all of these things in a timeline of the surgery. And really the goal is that we know what images are good to build maps, what images are good to do visual recognition, and which images we should either discard or use for other tasks like activity recognition. Now, the second problem is a bit more complex and has to do with the variability of different surgeries. And to do this, we are teaming up with IIT and Escola Superior Santana and Leuven University to build a very large collection of data from multiple centers, done from multiple surgeons, and done with different devices. So we're trying to capture really all the variability that we can get in this type of surgeries. We've already just barely explored this data. We've seen that there are challenges we haven't looked at before, just because of the sheer amount of data. So this is something that we are planning to organize a challenge open to any participant to compete specifically in segmentation and registration tasks in the MICAI conference this year. Besides the fetal interventions, we're also trying to do localization in other types of surgeries. One example is endoscopy. Now, in endoscopy, we are looking to diagnose and detect cancer, namely polyps inside the colon. And to achieve this, we need to make sure that we have covered the entire area of interest, so the entire colon surface. And one way to achieve this is to do localization and mapping, so we can reconstruct the colon and know which parts we have seen and which parts we haven't seen yet. Now, obviously, there are still a huge number of challenges in how do we actually achieve localization in this environment. So we're working on multiple things in parallel. So one of the things that we are working on is how do we optimize point features and visual landmarks to this environment. Another thing that we're trying to do is using machine learning based approaches to actually percept depth. And the third thing that we're also looking at doing is how do we actually filter out information that is confusing for localization algorithms. And particularly here, we're looking at reflection and highlight reflections that basically move with a pattern that is completely different from the actual camera motion. So we need to split this information out and treat it differently. And this is one of the areas we're heavily working on at this moment. Now moving on to the final topic, and this sits really at the intersection of the entire group. So this relates to the robotics work presented by Agostino and also to the surgical science work that Evagelos is going to present next, is that in obstetric ultrasound, we are developing automatic methods to do measurements to estimate fetal growth. But in order to achieve this, surgeons or obstetricians really need to navigate the probe and obtain the optimal image. And this is a very great challenge. It's user dependent. It's experience dependent. So we're looking at how different obstetricians are doing this in different ways. So in this video, we're looking at eye tracking to understand how hand-eye coordination motion works in this environment. But more interestingly, we're trying to develop new learning environments so that new obstetricians can try and, in a better way, understand what's the correlation between the 2D images they see and what's really the spatial intuition behind it. So at this point, we're trying to develop ways of visualizing this information in 3D. And potentially in the future, we're also interested in how can we use these simulation data to provide training data to new artificial intelligence algorithms. And this really brings to the next topic, which will be presented by Evagelos on using surgical data science to really fully exploit data to achieve autonomous behavior with AI. So with this, I finish my presentation. I thank all my collaborators working in the topics I presented now. This is really a team that sits at intersection. We're in heavy collaboration throughout all the team, and I'm happy to answer any questions in the chat.
Thanks a lot, Francisco. I don't see any questions so far, but please I ask for attendees to really go ahead and ask questions if they have any. And I would like to invite Evagelos to start his to share his screen and unmute. Hopefully, it is possible. You are muted, Evagelos.
I know.
Cool.
I hope that you can see my screen, and huge thank you, Dimitrios, for organizing this and for inviting us to present the work of our surgical robot vision group that Dan introduced, and Francisco and Ago covered the robotics and the computer vision part. I will focus on surgical data science research that we do in this particular space. And this is a particular field of interest that, oh, I'm sorry, that should have been the beginning. That a lot of people within our group that we used to meet in person a couple of years ago, and now we do online meetings. So a lot of different researchers and PhD students are working on towards the different directions of this exciting research field. And as an example of some areas that we investigate in surgical data science, these are related with tool tracking, with surgical workflow and process analysis, with performance assessment, and with automating diagnostics. So there are different aspects of the procedure, of the medical procedure, that can be analyzed because of the variety of different data sources that we have that are captured with from different sensing modalities. So although there isn't a direct relation to robotics in these images, the reason that surgical data science is a core research area is because what we can do with all this information, and what we can do with the outcome from all this research, is move in the future towards developing intelligent medical robotics that have the opportunity and the ability to operate as an expert surgeon would, with a high degree of autonomy. So our end goal, hopefully within a few years down the line, would be to incorporate all these research outputs that I'm going to be presenting into robotic systems that are able to take advantage of this information in order to operate optimally with minimum or no supervision. So starting with robotic and surgical tool detection and segmentation, this is a very active research area. It is heavily sponsored in our flagship conference in MICAI over the last years, providing data sets by a number of sources in order to develop methods that are able to both detect as well as provide semantic segmentation of the surgical tools within the operating scene. This is an area that has attracted a lot of research in deep learning over the last few years. And as an example, I would like to mention Emanuele's work, which is focusing on generating synthetic robotic surgical images and using these to develop networks to segment the robotic instruments in the actual surgical videos, as well as the work of Dimitrios, which works on the development of multitask neural networks that are able to both perform tool segmentation as well as obtain disparity information of the operating field. And these two areas are quite interesting. They're quite challenging from an AI perspective. So in many ways, we not only contribute in the application area, which is the tool segmentation, but there is a lot of outputs that relate with fundamental AI research on how a model can be developed using synthetic images, or how a model can be developed to perform multiple tasks, given our own application targets. Moving on. To the next slide, which focuses on the automated detection and diagnosis in colonoscopy. And this is a space where we've conducted a lot of research over the last years that ultimately led to the formation of spin-out company Odinvision that Dan introduced in his talk. And there is a number of PhD students as well as clinical research fellows that work on projects related to automated detection of cancer, polyps in this case, in colonoscopy, and recently on the automated classification of these structures. So the ability to classify the polyp, the cancerous tissue in the different clinical areas. And this is something that can not only speed up the detection, but it can also lead to a more a less demanding procedure from a cognitive perspective for the operator, and open numerous opportunities of integrating these systems in various stages of healthcare delivery. This particular work on colonoscopy was in some ways started by a European collaboration for an Horizon 2020 project called ENDU, where part of our research was to try to identify what would be the optimum path of a new magnetically controlled robotic capsule to perform colonoscopy. And based on clinical suggestions, that path would be the center of the lumen. So we worked on developing computer vision-based algorithms that are able to detect the desired point so that navigation and hence control methods can be developed towards a more automated navigation of this robotic system. As I mentioned, surgical workflow and analysis is another research area that we focus a lot in surgical data science, and this pertains to the ability to automatically decompose a surgical procedure into the individual tasks that essentially take place. So this can be very important for a number of different applications. Skill analysis and performance assessment is one of them, but I think the link to the automation of robotic systems in order to perform certain surgical tasks is clear. So the kind of research efforts here are focusing on developing novel AI architectures that are capable to basically understand when within the surgical video, when a task begins and when a task ends, and what is the sequence of the surgical tasks. We've done extended work on Da Vinci related procedures with openly available databases, and currently we're focusing on expanding this surgical workflow analysis into other procedures like gyno-related operations and pituitary tumor surgery. In the same time, within the same domain, for more traditional laparoscopic surgery, we are exploring what would be a method for developing a system to automatically detect errors. I know that probably many of you don't want to hear about this, but typically in surgical procedures, there is a number of errors that take place. And if we could divide such a system that is able to automatically recognize them or predict it, then we can significantly minimize the risk for any intraoperative complications. So this is currently an ongoing piece of work that is extremely interesting, as it could result into providing real-time image guidance to the operator towards avoiding any surgical errors. And in the same domain, as Francisco mentioned in his presentation, under the GISTRES projects, we've done extensive research on trying to find metrics and methods to objectively assess surgical skills. So through a series of experimentation, we found out that kinematic information, while an operator performs an obstetrics ultrasound, can be very informative of the different ways that experts and novices manipulate the ultrasound probe. And in addition to kinematic information, another method for quality assessment would be to analyze the captured ultrasound images in terms of the content. So that ensuring that all the important information that need to be there in order for a diagnosis or a prognosis to be made, in this case, certain measurements of the fetus are present. And this is an indirect way that we can assess quality of image acquisition. And it is also a way that can have a direct impact in the training of new operators by giving them feedback on the quality of the acquired images. And with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for attending, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks a lot, Vangeli. I don't see any questions, and actually we're really on time. So thanks a lot, everybody from WEISS and computer science so far that presented. I think with this, I would like to go to a break for the next 20 minutes. So we meet back at 1:15, I think, for the talks from mechanical engineering, orthopedics, and the civil engineering. I also invite everybody to go and watch any of the poster videos that that were submitted in the workshop. I put the link in the chat, so please go ahead and watch during your break. The best 5 of them will be we will watch together the videos of the best 5 posters in the end of the workshop around 2:30. So with this, I would like to have a quick break. We meet back in, let's say, 20 minutes, 25 minutes. I will have my monitor playing in a loop a slideshow of the posters. So see you in a few minutes with some more exciting talks.
Hi.
Manish, sorry, I had to make you co-host.
Yeah, not a problem. I was worried for a second, Mr.
Yeah, no. It is when you log out and log in again, it's somehow, so I have to make Bani co-host as well.
Nice.
Like that. All right, so I hope everybody enjoyed the break, the short break, at least. We have roughly 1 more hour for this workshop with some exciting talks, starting from the mechanical engineering department. So I would like to invite first Manish to share the screen. And Manish, off you go. We can hear you.
Thank you very much.
Maybe I start, Manish, and
Okay.
I invite you then.
Great.
As you want.
As discussed earlier on, I will just share my screen. Sorry, I was not able to go into the presentation mode, but now it's possible.
Great. So we start with Helge then. All right, cool. Over you go.
Yes, and thank you very much, Dimitrios. A fantastic effort to pull everyone together, and very, very nice results, as evident by this workshop. And I would also like to congratulate Professor Sarah Spurgeon for her inclusive leadership of the UCL Institute of Robotics. So before I go into the present and future research in robotics at UCL Mechanical Engineering, I would like to share with you actually the first steps in robotics in the Department of Mechanical Engineering. And that's very much started with a research assistant, Edward Inatovich, in the late 70s, early 80s, who built the Sensor in the structures lab, as you can see on this picture here. And you can also visit this Channel 4 Tate documentary about the robotic art sculpture that he built. And this was in fact the first digital computer that was used for robotic art. And I can assure you that your screen is not pixelated here, but these are video materials capturing, in fact, the exhibition in Eindhoven. So you can see how the sculpture through sensing systems can interact with the visitors and with the humans. Today, the research at UCL Mechanical Engineering is a completely different scale. You can see here some of the work that is led by Professor Marc Miodownik on active, adaptive, and autonomous materials, and that are then used through additive manufacturing techniques to build sensing systems. On the other side, we have Professor Manish Tiwari, who's leading the Nanoengineered Systems Lab, looking at how new materials can be manufactured, or how new materials can be used to manufacture self-powered sensing systems that then can have applications, for example, in healthcare and haptics. And then we have Dr. Yuanchang Liu, who's looking into deep learning approaches to do path planning. And today, or as part of my research, I will look into the work that I'm doing in terms of soft haptics and robotics. My lab very much focuses on hardware robotics. So we build robotic systems with applications in healthcare engineering, collaborative robots where humans are working closely together with robots, and highly automated vehicles. And in terms of healthcare engineering, we are focusing on 3 different parts. The first is abdominal robotic minimally invasive surgery, and you have heard a lot from Professor Daniel Stoyanov and his team at WEISS, who also are looking into this field. I'm further looking into cardiovascular interventions together with Shervanti, who is professor at UCL Mechanical Engineering, and transcatheter aortic valve replacement and endovascular repair. And then I'm also interested in patient-specific vascular phantoms that have clinical relevant mechanical properties. And today I give you a small snapshot, a teaser of the work that we are doing. Of course, not everything will be included today. The work that I have been doing in the field of soft robotics very much started with a large EU project called StiffNob in 2012, where we looked into how soft materials can be used to manufacture and design new soft stiffness controllable manipulators that can be used in minimally invasive surgery. And you can see here how we brought it from the bench, from the lab space, and tested our manipulator together with, in collaboration with SSSA in Italy, in cadaver tests at the University of Dundee. We further do theoretical work on that's led by Ali Shiver in the understanding of the kinematic, in the understanding of the kinematics, and also the dynamics of soft robotic systems. And there we are also interested in how can we configure the manipulator to exert maximum forces at the tip. So we're very much looking into stiffness, controllability, and also materials and mechanisms to increase the stiffness, to bridge the gap essentially between soft and rigid robots. And this is led by GLA and Azadeh, and you can see the posters and videos on the website. And then another strand of the research that we are doing is led by Duncan and Sarah, who are looking into how can we actually build a sensor for minimally invasive surgery to identify soft from, or soft tissue, healthy soft tissue from cancerous soft tissue, and then feed it back to the clinician who is sitting at the console of these surgical robots. I'd like to also talk quickly about the work that we are doing in transcatheter aortic valve replacement in cardiovascular interventions, where a balloon catheter, which is manually operated, is used to break the calcified diseased valve and replace this with a bioprosthetic valve. So this is done in collaboration with Cervanti and also my colleague Gaetano at UCL Mechanical Engineering. And we built a system that can measure pressure and volume change, and hence is used as a sensing device to identify the circumference and also the stiffness distribution of the calcified soft tissue in the vessel. Then our work on collaborative robots is together with Agostino Stilli, who is with MedFis, where we built initially this robotic system that has variable stiffness links. So each link is made out of a composite of fabric material together with soft material. And by changing the pressure, we can again change the stiffness of this manipulator, as you can see here. So we have now worked on the system to make it modular, but also looked into applying machine learning algorithms to compensate for errors that are due to the different stiffness in each link for open loop control. Then the last area of application is in the area of shape-changing driver seats for highly automated vehicles. And here we have looked into a new soft actuator, which is just elongating, but the novelty is here that we can simultaneously change between air actuation and hydraulic actuation. So here's the system that we have built, and by doing this, we can nicely change, again, the stiffness on the fly. And we have used this soft manipulator to then build, together with Bani Anvari from CEGE, from Civil, Environmental and Geometric Engineering. We have then integrated this into a driver seat and tested this in a driving simulator. And here you can see, unfortunately not very much feel, how the actuators are used to give haptic feedback through the driver seat. So I like to really thank my team who are behind all of this fantastic work that I have presented. So the ones that are indicated with this YouTube sign, you can see their posters, of course, and also watch their videos on the website. And I like to also very much thank the funding bodies who have kindly trusted me and my researchers to do this research. I would like to quickly present the work that my colleague, Professor Marc, who is Professor of Materials and Society at Mechanical Engineering, does in the field of soft robotics. And he very much looks into biological inspired materials that are able to grow and adapt to the environment. And he has further then looked into how to develop a robust 3D printing platform that will give, as a result, an asphalt composite as an output, and then can repair streets in a smart city. One of his recent papers, in fact, looks into stretchable, wearable stretch sensors. So there his now postdoc has built multiple sensors, and here you can see the application in this nice video, where he looks into having these sensors integrated in either wearable prostheses or even exoskeletons to help and support patients. So with this, I'd like to hand over now to Professor Manish Tiwari, my colleague, who will talk about his work on a nanoscale, in fact. So before I end, I would like to say that robotics is coming home in 2023 and hopefully also football in 2021. I'm organizing this conference together with Professor Althöfer from Queen Mary University in 2023, and I think this is a fantastic opportunity for all robotics researchers at UCL, London and the UK, because this is the first time it's coming, in fact, home. So thank you very much, Manish. Sorry about taking your spot. Over to you.
Thanks, Helge. Manish, over you go.
Thank you, Helge. Helge, it's always a pleasure if you take the place, because I don't think I'm going to beat that. It's much better that you started. So just to follow up on that, and Helge, I should have remembered, but I didn't. I hope that this is visible and your screen, well, my screen is not obscuring too much.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, great. So in next 10 minutes that I have, let me share with you some of the work that we have been doing with my team, and also a number of external collaboration, external to the mechanical engineering department, that we've been doing, particularly around nanoengineering small sensors, as well as using nanoengineering for designing new surfaces. And I put a question mark here because just to try and be a bit provocative and see if we can elicit some ideas about what you see here. Is it useful for robotics? I think it may be, but it's really up for the proper robotics community to decide that. And I'd like to start by saying that I am also part of the WEISS Center. I'm a platform lead there, and a lot of the work that I'll be sharing with you today is done as part of WEISS. A number of our folks are embedded in WEISS, and a number of collaborators are in the audience. So I am simply trying to be a representative for the work here. This is by no means work only from our own group. So as Helge mentioned, most of our activity is around designing small scale systems. So we have developed a couple of bespoke high resolution 3D printing capabilities. And this is just one example which shows essentially like a fountain pen, which is able to print soft materials on demand with the kind of resolutions that we can see from the scale bars here. And I'll show you some examples of how high we can go with resolution. So this is trying to use mechanical engineering basics around fluid mechanics, around rheology, around materials know-how to improve resolution capability of 3D printing. And then I also wanted to show some examples of our work on surface engineering side of things. So how we can manipulate or design surfaces so we can engineer how they interact within that environment and how they can sustain various harsh environments, particularly for the purposes of this audience. We can think about extreme environment robotics as an application example. A lot of our work, though, is, as I said, embedded in healthcare domain. So part of what we are trying to use this printing capability is to make miniaturized sensors. This is the work that is embedded in WEISS. And an example of that is, let's say, this spec-like thing that we can see on this board, which is about a couple of millimeters across. But because we can now engineer these objects to very, very small and precise scales, we can actually get pressure reading directly. And so this is an example of carotid pressure, my own carotid pressure here, that we can see we are able to replicate very faithfully. And so this should give you an idea about the kind of possibilities, and how we can think of this as an idea to embed sensor on existing devices, which tends to be beneficial, particularly for healthcare domain. So we've taken this a step forward. So this is a collaboration with Professor Anna David and Adrien Desjardins from Medical Physics Department, where we wanted to design pressure sensors which can be now probed not electronically, but using lasers. And so you have essentially a very fine paraline membrane, which is, I'll spare you the details of the multi-step printing process that we have to use. But this flexible membrane here can be tuned in thickness. And what that means is we can tune the mechanical sensitivity to pressure for these membranes. And then that deflection can be sensed using fairly simple interferometric techniques. And then you can use that to measure pressure as well as to do ultrasound imaging, for instance, we think. And so something like this can fit in a needle. Richard here is the PhD student who's done most of this work and now works in a startup that came out of WEISS Center as well. And we're hoping to take this forward in actual animal model experiments going forward. And so with this approach, of course, you would imagine, as you can imagine, we can do a number of things, both in flexible electronics domain, as well as in printed scaffolds domain for healthcare engineering of various kinds, tissue engineering in particular. And resolution is not a limit here, right? So we've shown that we can literally go down and print dots that are 200 nanometers in size, and then using some simple plasma processing, we can reduce this down to even single nanoparticles, which you can then use for site-specific chemistry, sensing, and what have you. There is limitation, of course. So if you're trying to build, a whole construction system that Vijay was talking about, this is not the 3D printing approach to use there, right? But we feel that there are niche applications in healthcare domain and robotics domain where this could be useful. And we can stretch our imaginations a little bit further and think of actual healthcare devices. So this would be, for instance, a glove which is now sensorized, and you cannot see it because the sensor is underneath. So this has benefits in terms of safety, and you can really start to get a sense of the kind of forces that the surgeons are using in order to do precise surgical operations. And unfortunately, because we are trying to patent this stuff, I cannot go into a lot more detail, but if there is interest, please reach out. This is a technology that seems to be growing from strength to strength. And again, kudos to WEISS and collaborators there who have made all of this possible. Going forward, we are also thinking about potentially, sensors that can power themselves. So by using otherwise wasted mechanical energy, particularly in healthcare domain. So this is a work done by Viswajoy, who's a postdoc fellow based in WEISS, who's a material scientist. And his idea was to embed or design new nanocomposites, which are piezoelectric right off the bat. What that means is you do not have to take it through an extra step of polling, which makes things complicated from a manufacturing point of view. And so what we have shown is these can actually, power up, as a simple demonstration, LEDs and so on, but you can think about actually extracting power from the sensor and then powering itself, which eliminates the needs for battery. Now, I'm not saying that we are anywhere close to implanting this in people yet, but I think we are getting close. And if there is any interest in piezoelectric material, we can carry it forward. So I believe I have a few more minutes, right, Dimitrios?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. So I wanted to say in a few more minutes, some work that we have been doing on engineering surfaces, as I mentioned. And the inspiration for this comes from nature, where if you put things like lotus leaves or some insects like butterfly wings, I mean, we know that the reason that the butterfly wings have colors is not just because of dyes, but because of actual structure at micro and nano scale. And so people have been trying to use this in order to manipulate or design surfaces which can seem a little low affinity or high affinity, depending on the way you design the material, towards liquids. And of course, these are beautiful examples. The trouble is, if you're trying to make use of these in harsh environment, none of these natural surfaces have evolved to do that. So the butterfly does not need to sit on a plane wing and fly up high in the sky and survive the kind of temperature that the plane needs to. So by drawing from the inspiration and particularly relying on flexible materials, we were able to show that you can design surfaces which can actually show a very high level of robustness. So this is your a car wash jet essentially shooting on a surface that we have designed, which can be applied in a scalable manner and maintain this liquid repellency property. And this does not only for simple water, but we can use it for very harsh chemicals like aqua regia, like strong alkalis and bases and what have you. And we've also been trying to work on various substrates, so going all the way from titanium or other metals which are useful for implants, as well as trying to design these for simple surface treatment strategies, so coatings that you can apply on wall or a medical device, as a for instance. So again, these are not examples of robotics per se, but trying to provoke thoughts as to how these could be useful. So if any of these catches your imagination, please do get in touch, and we're very open to new strategies and collaboration. So these are type of things you can do. We are now getting very good at designing these materials which are optically clear. So of course these are applications for cars and airplanes, where we can design these materials to suppress ice formation. So you're looking at an actual measurement where we were able to show that at -20 centigrade, we can delay ice formation for about 27 hours. There's no new physics happening here. This is just trying to control nucleation effectively. And by controlling the size of these structures, we can also limit the scattering of light, which makes these surfaces transparent then. Another application of something like this is designing surfaces that can provide protection from infections. In particular, we've been interested in protecting or designing surfaces for preventing bacterial infection. So this is a material where we can embed a bit of nanowires, in this case copper, which incidentally have also been shown to have antiviral properties. We are not looking at that in this work. So this is in collaboration with Professor Lovett, who is clinical director of WEISS. And we've been trying to show that not only are these materials able to deactivate bacteria, but they have very good cytotoxicity properties. In other words, they don't cause damage to human cells, but they cause damage to bacterial cells, which, as you would imagine, is important, particularly if you're thinking about medical device or wound healing applications. And we believe that this sort of thing is also useful for new robotics instrumentation, where particularly for healthcare robotics, as a for instance. So in last 10 seconds or so, I want to talk a little bit about links to some of our work. Broadly, in the morning, we heard from Professor Steve Hales about the new campus being built in Stratford. So as Steve mentioned, I'm involved in Manufacturing Futures Lab, which is essentially about 1,000 or 1,200 square meters of activities around sustainable manufacturing, which is led by Helen Hales, some biochemical engineering, process engineering led by Professor Gavrilidis. as well as some of the nanoengineering type work that I was showing you earlier. And as with Steve, we're going to be looking to recruit a number of new colleagues to help us run that center as it comes on board next year. And as I've already talked about, a lot of this work is embedded as part of WEISS, and I'm eternally grateful because when I came to UCL, I knew nothing about healthcare. I'm not saying I know a lot now, but I certainly know a lot more than I used to. And so with that, I'd stop here. And if it elicits any questions, I'm sorry, I'm not very adept at Zoom and I have 3-4 different screens open. So if there are questions, I'm happy to take. If you haven't thought of the questions because I was too quick or rushing through, just reach out through email. I've got the contacts down at the bottom, and we'll do the best we can to develop new links and answer the questions. Thank you, Dimitrios.
Great, thanks a lot, Manish. I don't see any question in the chat. So I think due to time constraints, we have to move to Yuanchang as the last speaker from the mechanical engineering department. Yuanchang, off you go. Can you share your screen?
Thank you very much, Dimitrios. Let me just quickly share my screen.
Not yet. Yeah.
I hope you can see it now.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dimitrios, for organizing this fantastic event. And also thank you very much, Manish and Helge, for introducing the fantastic work going on in the Department for Mechanical Engineering. I'm Dr. Yuanchang, also from Department of Mechanical Engineering. And today I'm going to give my presentation around the autonomy and automation in field robotics, with a particular interest in marine aspects. Just bear in mind, due to the limited time I have, I'm only going to talk about some typical research activities. And if you are very interested in my research, please do send me an email for any questions you may have. So I plan to give my presentation from 3 different aspects. So first of all, I would like to briefly introduce the Marine Research Group in Mechanical Engineering, where my research team is based on. And also I will then talk about the ongoing research activities on 2 different types of marine vehicles. One is the unmanned surface vessels, or USVs, and the other one is the research work on a more typical vehicles called the autonomous underwater vehicles, or AUVs. First of all, a little bit introduction to the Marine Research Group. As one of the 4 research groups in the department, the MRG, or Marine Research Group, is undertaking basically the research covering almost every maritime sectors you can find, ranging from the fundamental research in fluid dynamics to the practical applications such as naval architecture and ship design. And we had a very good and close relationship with MOD, UK Ministry of Defence, who has kindly sponsored 1 full professorship and 1 associate professor in the group to conduct the teaching duties and relevant research activities. And we're offering the teaching across all different levels, from the undergraduate towards the postgraduate, and of course, the continuous personal development short courses. Apart from the fundamental research, almost all the research in the group is actually industry focused. One typical example is that our chair professor for the group is actually sponsored by BMT, which is one of the largest maritime organization in the world. And we tend to do the research both internationally and nationally, with a strong links with the university across the globe, for example, university from the States, of course, in the Europe, and also with the universities in China, which is one of the largest shipbuilding countries in the world. And by sitting within the MRG, my research group is actually committed to do the research to enhance the autonomy level for field robotics operating in a variety of domains. And actually the philosophy here is to innovate the novel robotics platforms using these theoretical designs which can ultimately improve and enrich the practical applications. And we're trying to approach this problem by looking at 3 different aspects. If we can see this block here, that first of all, we're trying to develop the algorithms for sensing and perception, which will help the robot understand and understand the surrounding environment. And based upon the acquired information, then we can move on to the next stage, which is planning and decision making, which will help the robot to make the right decisions and to safely navigate in challenging or even unknown environments. And finally, we're going to generate the control commands using the automatic control or autopilot. And using this architecture, we can actually apply it onto different types of platforms. For example, we can use that for unmanned aerial vehicles or UAVs with the very interesting applications such as the precision agriculture to help to intelligently monitor the growth of plants. And similarly, we can use the architecture onto the rovers with a potential application such as space explorations. And of course, we can use the same architecture onto the marine vehicles to conduct a large number of different ocean missions. And this is going to be the main topic in my presentation today. Before we move on to the specific research activities, I first of all would like to introduce you what are the autonomous marine vehicles. So basically, we can categorize them into 2 different types according to the operation domain or space. So for example, if the vehicle is operating on the surface, then we can call it as the USVs or surface vessels. Here are 2 different examples. One is what we call 1V USV. The other one is the Springer USV developed by Plymouth University, which is one of the first educational and research platforms developed in the UK. And if the vehicle is operating underneath the surface, then this type of the vehicle is called the underwater vehicle. Within them, the glider is one of the typical vehicles that we constantly used. And by developing this, deploying these vehicles either individually or collaboratively, we can conduct a wide range of different missions, such as the search and rescue in post-disaster scenarios. Of course, we can use them for seabed mapping or surveying. And in addition to that, we can use these platforms to do some limited applications, such as mine sweeping or coastal patrolling. And in this slide, I would like to show you 2 demonstrating projects that we have done with other universities. On the left, you can see that we are collaborating with Plymouth University to use the USV for a reservoir monitoring missions at Rowford Lake in the UK. Whereas on the right, we are collaborating with one of the universities from Peru to actually deploy the USV to monitor and evaluate the pollution levels of the lakes at highland of Peru. And then if we move on to a specific research activities, first of all is the sensing and perception for unmanned surface vessels or USVs. We're trying to do this, to do the research in this field from 2 different categories. The first one is that we are trying to use the conventional maritime sensory systems, such as radar, GPS, or campers, to provide a reliable localization and detection systems for USVs. However, more recently, we are trying to switch our attention from the conventional sensor systems towards the computer visions. And we're trying to use the computer vision for scene perception and segmentation. Different to the conventional computer vision in traditional domains, the ocean environments actually have a huge challenges for computer vision from 2 different aspects. First of all, the computer vision will be largely affected by the environmental influences. For example, if we have a hazy weather, then the vision of the cameras will be largely compromised. Similarly, if we have a strong sun reflection on the water surface, the capability of the vision will also be limited. The other challenge is actually the motion, or the unstable motion on the sea surfaces, which will subsequently make the motion of the vehicle unstable, which consequently make the vision from the cameras unstable. So in order to address these two different challenges, we're trying to use deep learning algorithms to help the semantic segmentation in ocean or maritime environments. If we look at this video here, we can see that by using the deep learning or neural networks, we can successfully compensate the strong motion unstable and successfully segment the scene into the sky and the water surface. And based on this semantic segmentation, we can further develop algorithms for object detection systems. And one of the most important things for this research is that using a lightweight neural networks, we can achieve a real-time capability for our detection systems, which is very, very important for a real-time navigation. Now, moving away from sensing and perception, the next large research activities going on in my group is the motion planning. The goal of the motion planning is actually to plan the trajectory from the starting point towards the end point in an optimized way. For example, we want to minimize the total distance, or we want to avoid the collisions, etc. However, if we apply the motion planning algorithms into the ocean environments, then there are other challenges we need to address specifically. So first of all, ocean environments have a strong currents, winds, or tidals which will inevitably affect the performances. So we need to plan the trajectory to follow the current as much as possible to actually minimize the energy consumption. And we can successfully, by developing some algorithms to achieve this in either in the spatial and the temporary varying ocean currents environments. And another challenge is the dynamics of the vehicles. For example, we need to plan the trajectory compliant with the dynamics constraints of the vehicles. Therefore, we need to develop the algorithms to achieve that. And similarly, we want to expand the deployment of the vessels from one single vehicle towards the multiple vehicles, which in other words will be enough as a formation. So we have successfully addressed these two problems by, again, from the algorithm design perspective. You can see the results in the below 3 pictures here. And if we move away from our attention from the surface vessels to the underwater vehicles, then there's another exciting project I would like to introduce you today. This is actually the project led by my colleague, Dr. Enrico Andolini, who is a senior research associate in our department. And the project is also conducted by Dr. Peng Wu, who is a research fellow on this project. This project is called the Aladdin project, aiming to develop the algorithms for long endurance autonomy for underwater vehicles. The project is funded by Lloyd's Register Foundation. And the main research challenge here is that, first of all, we want to improve the autonomy level of the AUVs, and we want to make sure that they can conduct their long endurance missions as much as possible. The long endurance here means that the vehicle is able to operate from 9 months toward 12 months. And of course, during such a long endurance, faults will be happening. So the question is, how can we detect these faults and save the AUVs from malfunctions? Conventionally, we are relying on humans to monitoring the performances of the vehicles, which is obviously is not very ideal. Therefore, we want to use the artificial intelligence technologies to develop an automatic fault detection systems to actually save the vehicles from the catastrophe failures and consequently avoid the losing of vehicles. And the solution we proposed here is actually to use the smart technologies for the smart detection and the fault diagnosis. And we want to improve the, we want to make sure that the solutions are general enough, which means that we can apply it onto any type of vehicles to detect any types of faults. And also we want to scale the solutions to a large fleet, which means that there are more than one, but maybe up to 50, 70, or even 100 fleets operating simultaneously. And lastly, we want to make sure that the algorithm is able to be implemented in real time. Therefore, we propose to use the satellite connections to take the data from the vehicle in real time and upload the data onto the clouds and do the analysis in real time. Here are some results. So we used artificial intelligence, developing some neural networks to do a mapping between the sensors data towards the pattern of the faults or malfunctions. And if we can see from this picture here, we're taking the data from 15 different types of sensors, and we can see that some abnormalities are happening on the rudder angles. And if we further convert this data into a more obvious trend, then we can see that the failure for this type of for this type is a sudden failure, which can be correlated to the wind loss. And similarly, using the same algorithm, we can detect a slowly growing fault, which potentially can be due to the biofouling, which is another type of very important failure needs to be detected. And then we can upload this information onto an API or user interfaces located at the remote control centers. The information will be, of course, integrated with other types of data to give the operator or give us a holistic and comprehensive understanding about the operation status of the AUVs. And we are trying to expand, of course, this project with a wider impact through some synergistics projects with the universities across Europe. And first, we would like to detect more other types of the faults using additional data, of course. And this type of thing will still happening on the gliders. And secondly, we want to expand the application platform from the glider to a wider types of the vehicles, such as autonomous underwater vehicles. And we want to do some more demonstration to help us understand the how we can detect the faulty actuators in real time, of course, and of course the faulty sensors. I think that's all for my presentation today, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Yuanchang. There is no question as far as I see in the chat, so if there is any, please go ahead and answer directly in written. I would like now to, I think this concludes the mechanical engineering department, and I would like to move to orthopedics and MSK science department, and I'll invite Rui to kick off the talks on this. Rui, we see the presentation. I think we can hear you. Great, over you go.
Great, thank you very much for inviting us. I think it's been a fantastic workshop thus far. I've learned a lot, and it's fantastic to see the work across UCL in robotics. So I'm head of the Department of Orthopedics and Musculoskeletal Science, and my personal research, I work across two centers, the WEISS Center and the UCL Aspire Create. and I work with 3 hospitals and several charities. Now, our work at the Department of Orthopedics is very much patient-centered and interdisciplinary. So we work across different domains, from tissue engineering, artificial joints, stem cells, nerve grafts, to more engineering approaches on neuromodulation, neuroprosthetics, biomechanics, robotics, of course, and rehabilitation engineering in general. We contribute to several undergraduate programs across UCL, and we run 4 MSc programs where we translate our research into the teaching that we deliver. So what I would like to do today is give you a snapshot of the things going on robotics, particularly in surgical and assistive rehabilitation engineering. So we'll be talking about myself, about the work we do on the development of the WEISS simulation platform, the engineering solutions we've been developing for neuropathic pain, and other work we do, for example, on combining vibrations and robotic therapy for spasticity in incomplete spinal cord injuries, how we then translating some of those innovations into low-cost bionic limbs for treatment of neuropathic pain, and the work we do in human-robot interactions. My colleague, Dr. Tom Carlson, after me, will talk about the work he's doing on share control for smart wheelchairs and also robotic exoskeletons. So what we are doing really is developing a simulation platform which provides accurate feedback on the quality of each step performed and facilitates surgical planning and simulation of best and worst case scenarios. It is agonistic in terms of allows us to simulate any specific clinical domain, techniques or procedure, and also allows us to identify, develop, test, and refine new technologies which would be useful and suitable for clinical practice and training across a broad spectrum of different surgical application areas. We are developing demonstrators in vascular medicine, musculoskeletal medicine, and colorectal cancer resection procedures. And I will give you a few examples as we go along. So this is an example of what we're doing in orthopedics in hip surgery. So if you look at the video, what the video is showing you is a surgeon wearing a virtual reality headset. And what he sees is a first-person view of the operating theater. On his right hand, if you notice, he's holding a haptic drill. And on his left hand is holding a joystick. So with the joystick, he's able to control in real time a C-arm and use image guidance, so X-ray image guidance, to ensure that he minimizes the apex distance while drilling through the acetabulum. And in doing so, not only can visually have the points of reference, but also it can feel every step of the way the physical interactions with the tissues and the bone structures. So what we are in essence doing is creating the best 3D maps for surgeons, and also aiming to design the best path for the drills and give the surgeons the smart tools, the smart drills, guided drills, for example, that will be allowing them to perform those surgical procedures more effectively. What we also been doing is with this platform, which is very much still at the prototyping stages, being used to teach in a program of advanced minimal invasive surgery at master level, surgeons how to put together a simulation. And that is without having to write one single line of code. So here's an example of one of the student projects. We put together a simulation in 4 weeks. This is a percutaneous ablation of liver tumors. So what we do is take imaging data from CTs or MRIs, segment the data, create the volumetric models, upload to the simulator, assign properties, and create the workflow and evaluation, objective evaluation of the procedure. So you can potentially compare to a gold standard. And in doing so, not only you are obviously having the visual cues, but also the haptic cues to facilitate that interaction. We're also developing tooling. So this is an example of one of our laparoscopic forceps, haptic forceps that we developed that provides a high degree of freedom and force feedback, and allow us to do things like this, which is to simulate accurate soft tissue and visual interaction as well as haptic interaction. So here's an example of a procedure, the final stages of the procedure, where the bowels have been stretched and the surgeon is palpating the bowels to identify the tumorous tissue. And one of the things we have reached recently, 3 weeks ago, is a showcase demonstration where we demonstrated our concept of wide area haptics, where we had 2 people from 2 different locations around 10 miles apart who were able to collaborate in real time on a simulated tasks with haptics. So our whole goal with this is to set up a cross-sector consortium for multi-user remote touch, where we would be designing, building, testing an approach for setting up and running collaborative, distributed and simulated virtual environments, which potentially could be easily reproduced by new partners to facilitate research and ultimately live applications for various and existing growing needs, including collaborative skills training. So very quickly now, I'd like to move into the work we're doing in neuropathic and chronic pain. And there's quite a lot going on, so I'll focus on the work we do on phantom limb pain and spasticity of the upper limbs. So phantom limb pain, for those who are not familiar with it, is in essence feeling the pain of the missing limb, say a hand. So what we've done, our paradigm, what we have is we have a virtual reality headset. So you put the glasses on, all of a sudden you see the missing hand. And then what we do is connect the residual limb to a haptic robot that provides force feedback and connect pickups, EMG pickups from residual muscles. So what you see in the video here is one of our patients who suffer from phantom limb pain, exercising, and in this particular task, the patient is stacking cubes. And not only is able to control, the patient is able to feel the physical properties such as the weight of those cubes, friction, collisions, and so on. And by doing this, what we're doing is changing the mismatch between the central nervous system, comparative circuit, and peripheral nervous system in a way that the brain at some point will snap out of the pain network. And so we've thus far conducted a clinical trial as we speak with 14 patients, 3 are completely pain-free, and we now started to translate to non-amputees as well as we speak. This is a therapy that runs for 3 weeks, and we provide in total 9 hours of therapy. What we have done as well is transfer what we've done with the VR and haptic simulated to the development of 3D bionic limbs for the treatment of neuropathic pain. So this is the previous patient that you saw that 3 months after completing our trial had some clinical problems that set her back. So our clinical team readmitted the patient, and we conducted the VR again to bring her pain levels back to the same level that were before. And then, the clinical team realized, well, this patient will actually benefit from a bionic limb. So what we decided to do, because 3 years being on a waiting list to receive a bionic limb on the NHS was unacceptable, we 3D printed, scanned the stamp, 3D printed a socket and a liner, and transferred the magnetic control that we have in the virtual reality for this low-cost hand. And the total cost of the system was less than £4,000. We delivered the hand before Christmas 2018. And some of the videos that you see that are all heart shapely oriented is actually sent to us by the patient via WhatsApp. And I'm very pleased to say that through this, the patient remains pain-free, able to manage their condition, and has in result, we estimate we've saved the NHS over £500,000 in ongoing treatment costs for this patient. Very quickly, we started just before Christmas, completed our first non-amputee on the system. So this is a patient with a spinal cord injury, which was complaining of having 4 phantoms, although the patient still retains their limbs. And the outcomes from this was very interesting indeed. In fact, one of the most interesting aspects of the intervention is that the kinematic data showed an increase of 30% in range of motion, which in spinal cord injury is amazing. Very quickly, I'll tell you a little bit about what we do in vibrations. So what we're doing is using vibrations applied to the flexors and extensors of the forearm to alleviate the symptoms of spasticity. So that's joint stiffness, which is very, very painful. And we combine that with a robot-mediated therapy paradigm, and which we use with a gamification paradigm to exercise, but also to monitor and measure. So here's some examples of what we do. We vibrate the flexors and extensors for around 15 minutes. What that does brings the muscle tone down, which allows us then to mobilize the limb. And we do that in a way that is engaging and promotes plasticity. So I won't show you any graphs in terms of the results. So what I will do instead is show you a few examples. So this is a gentleman which shows a moderate to severe spasticity. And you can see after 4 hours of therapy is starting to mobilize the fingers and the wrist. And after 6 hours of therapy, there's a lot more gains, and it was able to write in a better way the word John. This is a second case of mild to moderate spasticity, and this is the result of 2 hours of therapy. This is a gentleman who for 4 months preceding the intervention was drinking from a straw, and you can see the effects of the therapy. And the video on the right is showing the participant 4 weeks after the intervention. There's obviously the carryover and control of grasp. I'll skip this one. And so we think that to understand the mechanisms of vibration, there's still a long way for us to be able to elude at what's going on. But there's certainly through the literature we can say that the focal vibrations do provide some effective treatment of spasticity. Obviously, the spinal circuitry communication and the alpha afferent inputs, the muscle spinding's reaction to that said vibration is obviously causing some alterations in the spinal interneurons and motor neurons firing patterns. But we need more data to be able to confirm or reject that theory. We have completed this for 14 patients. So I'd like to thank the team and all our funders, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks a lot, Roy. That was great. Also, I don't see any questions in the chat or Q&A. So if there is any, I will let you know to be answered by chat. I would like to invite Tom now to share the screen. Great.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, and we can hear you. We cannot see you, but we can hear you. If you can.
You can't see me? Oh, hold on.
No, the camera is off.
Sorry.
Yes. No. Yes. All right. Cool.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that.
Okay. Over you go. You can put in full screen now.
Okay, we're full screen now. Yep. Brilliant.
Yes.
So firstly, thanks very much, Dimitrios, for organising this. It's been a really very interesting session so far. And I'm looking forward to telling you very briefly a little bit about what we're doing as well in my team within Aspire Create. So this will cover some of my work on shared control for assistive robotics, and will include obviously people from inside my team, but also from a lot of my collaborators, particularly in France, Switzerland, and Germany as well. So I'm interested in something called shared control. And basically this deals with the blurry situation between where you're in manual control of a situation and when you're in fully autonomous control. And it's that blurry gray area where you've got a human and a machine collaborating together to the final control authority. And I really like Frank Flemish's metaphor of riding a horse to describe that quite nicely. So the horse rider is providing high-level direction to the horse, turn left or right, and the horse is working out where to put the individual hooves. But also the rider can hold those reins more tightly to take more control authority from the horse. So we're using this metaphor when we're designing assistive robotics to be like the horse that can collaborate with the human. Now, in contrast perhaps to some of Yuanchang's vehicles that he's been working with, which are fully autonomous, we're working with assistive technologies that are aiming to empower people with disabilities to improve their independence. So we don't want them being like a precious piece of cargo on a merry-go-round horse, but they need to be able to develop their skills and have full active participation in the control. And we also want to avoid situations like this, where you have a miscommunication between the system and the user, or the horse and the rider in this situation. So we bear all of this in mind, and I've been working with the IEEE SMC Society. We developed a technical committee on shared control and published a few years ago an interesting paper, I think, looking at bringing together different application areas and really working out a topology of shared control systems and providing a hierarchical framework in order to work in different domains for that. So that's quite an interesting place to start. Now, I'm really interested also in brain-machine interfaces because, as Anthony Steed said earlier, they're particularly challenging. They have a relatively low information transfer rate, which means there are people whose brains are working perfectly, but their peripheral output systems don't work. And so they could theoretically control the world just by thinking. And so this is something that I've been working on, looking at detecting motor imagery, so the imagination of movements of your limbs without actually having to move them. But we're not very precise in terms of time, and we have fairly low resolution or fidelity control signals to work with. So we use this notion of shared control to actually enable us to drive wheelchairs through this kind of shared control framework, or telepresence robots, and other assistive robotic devices as well. And what we've seen is that in controlled environments, we can actually use sensors on the robot to understand the context in which the person's working, so it can compensate for not having that temporal precision or very high resolution input device, but still we can, as you can see in the top right there, we can navigate through fairly narrow spaces by sort of having this shared control between the robot itself and the user. But also, if we come back from the future and come back to what we're doing in real life right now, lots of people can't drive powered wheelchairs using traditional interfaces. And so we've been characterizing how people can drive using alternative interfaces that are on the market at the moment. And we use the Pedestrian Accessibility Movement Environment Lab, or PAMLA, in order to test this. So we looked at traditional joysticks, we looked at head arrays, we looked at sip and puff switches, where you actually blow and suck in order to make a wheelchair turn left or right, or increase speed, or go in reverse. And fairly unsurprisingly, we discovered that it gets progressively harder as you move from a joystick to a head array to a sip and puff switch in order to perform these sort of precise maneuvers safely. And we characterized over a number of different activities of daily living that are typically done in wheelchair skills tests. But by using the notion of shared control, and in particular a probabilistic approach to shared control, we found that even with head arrays and sip and puff switches, you were able to control a wheelchair in quite complicated situations, like maneuvering in and out of a narrow elevator where you have to go backwards. You can't necessarily see very well where you're doing that. And we can do that much more safely when we introduce this probabilistic shared control. So building upon that, we've been thinking, why is there this blockade? Why can't we get this out into the real world? So we've been working on things like the ADAPT project, which is a European project with partners, particularly in France and the UK, to develop a system that's all ROS enabled, so we can develop our own different shared control algorithms and share them with partners across and test them in different situations. We've been developing different sensors and evaluating them again in Pamela here, so we can detect things like negative obstacles, steps and slopes. And then that has actually gone on to some clinical trials where we've been working with partners in Paul Santelier in Rennes in France, and they've shown that these techniques have really improved what people can do who have brain injuries, and they can actually perform good control in various activities of daily living within their rehabilitation centre. So there's some results from an initial clinical trial there already out. Now, another challenge is that it's all very well in the lab, but what if we take this to somewhere like Oxford Street where it's really crowded? And we've been looking at what happens in the CrowdBot Horizon 2020 project when we add a wheelchair or other mobile robots into crowds and how it really changes the dynamics of the crowd. And by understanding how the crowd dynamics change, we can factor this in to our planning algorithms so that we can plan more efficiently in these crowded scenarios. Before lockdown, we managed to collect a lot of data across the UCL campus, both inside and outside. And together with our partners in RWTH in Aachen in Germany, we're able to integrate their people tracker into our robotic system. So we can actually see where these dynamic obstacles are and plan so that we're moving in a way that's complementary to the crowd and in a much more efficient way than we did previously. For the future, I'd like to push this notion of shared control into more complex domains like robotic exoskeletons. Here, we've got a selection of the work that my team has been doing with the Rex exoskeleton, looking at the physical interactions with the skeleton. We've taken it into the motor learning lab here on a split belt treadmill in the hospital. We've also been looking at the interaction forces at the physical cuffs and also at the effect on EMG activity as well. And to assist that, I'm really pleased to say that we've just recently acquired Hammock, which is a platform put together in Stanmore. It's based on the OptiTrack system, and we can track over up to about 60 square meters of coverage. It's slightly smaller here at the moment, set up in the student centre, but it's a fairly flexible setup. And this is just Elliot demonstrating the full body motion capture, which obviously we're already got a lot of playing around. This was just earlier this week where we're testing the capabilities of the system. We're going to do a lot of ground truth data collection, but we're also going to do a bit of closed loop control as well. So hopefully that gives you a nice overview of some of the things that are going on in my team. There are a lot of people involved, obviously. You might recognize some of the people here from Aspire Create, but also collaborators across Europe as well. So thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks a lot, Tom. I don't see... Do I see any question here? There was something was written from Helge, but I don't see it anymore. But I hope that this Hammock environment, I hope I know that you're willing to share with some of us in case we would like to run something in the future in terms of motion capture activities.
Yes. Absolutely. So I'm very happy anybody who's interested can come up and visit, and I'm really happy to sort of share that system with anybody that needs a bit of motion capture, because I know it's so difficult to access, and I'm really pleased that it's very flexible, so we can do lots of different things with that, and I'm open to collaborations with all of you. So yeah, please get in touch.
Great. Thanks a lot, Tom, and thanks for both you and Henry for the great talks on your fields. I would like now to move to the last two speakers. Unfortunately, I have to say that Peter Scully couldn't make it from Bartlett, so we have to move to the civil engineering department. So I would like to invite Stuart and Bani to share the screen for their talk.
Thank you, Dimitrios. Hopefully you can see my screen.
I don't see yours. I see you, but not.
You see me, but not the screen. Okay. So it's something around the presenting, isn't it?
Let me see. You're a co-host, so you should be able to share.
Yeah.
Yes, now it
there you go. Now you can, hopefully.
Yes, we
Is
see
that working?
Yeah, we see Outlook. Yeah, okay, perfect.
Yes, okay, brilliant. So you have myself, Stuart Robson, and then Bani Anvari from civil engineering. I'm from the geomatics side, and that's spatial data, and Bani's from the transport side, so you'll get two different aspects. And just listening to all the presentations today, there's a brilliant mixture, and you can see lots of different overlaps, which is absolutely wonderful. So thank you to everybody who's organised and contributed. It's absolutely great. My area is about accurate measurement over increasingly large volume. And I'm lucky enough to have some sponsorship through the Royal Academy and Airbus around large volume metrology. So there's a research ambition that we have is around trying to generate low-cost sensor networks that can create sub-millimeter dynamic position and pose measurements of multiple robots and objects in a synchronized space. So you just saw the OptiTrack system that was mentioned, very, very capable of system. You get up to a certain working volume and you start to have problems. That's the same with all of those systems. And there are various variations in accuracy. It's completely fit for purpose, but when we start to talk about manufacturing level measurements and sub-millimeter measurements at large volume, we can run into trouble. So that's the nature of the sort of work I do. This is the space at Here East. There's a large sort of manufacturing and making facility there. And you can see on the right, one of the larger robots in the space. And I'm going to talk about some of the work that we've done there, a couple of examples. They're taken from the sort of fundamental research activities rather than directed at specific industry problems. So we've seen lots of presentations today where people have used cameras for making measurements or connecting things together in the spatial and temporal domain. And we can see that if we synchronize cameras together, we can get some good reconstructions. We can get some good measurements, particularly if we start designing things in. Minimum number of cameras, and for most things, if we've got a non-rigid object, it's a couple of cameras to get a set of reasonable quality coordinates. And you can see in my left-hand view here, the idea that we measure something in the image, we project the line of sight out into the object. And if we have a couple of lines of sight, we're going to project into space, and our uncertainty is going to increase with volume. So here's an example here, a couple of cameras. Closer in, the uncertainty represented by the ellipsoids is smaller and gets larger and larger the further away we move. So that pushes us, just like the mocap system you saw, to needing more and more lines of sight, more and more cameras, but also increasing our capability to measure those angles within the camera. So to understand the quality we can achieve here, and whether the light does in fact travel in straight lines through the media that we're looking at. And the large volume challenges specifically are about the feature visibility. So what is it we're measuring? What are we tracking? Maintaining traceable scale. So that means that our measurements link to the SI unit of the meter, and I guess temporally to the second. So we've got to make sure that all of that is traceable. We've got to be conscious of thermal changes in the object, changes in the camera, in the environment, things like air turbulence. They all start to build up when we're starting to make sub-millimeter measurements in large volumes. And the sort of work we do is trying to solve engineering measurement challenges that need robustness to variables like light levels, surface forms, finishes, complexity of scenes as human factors. So very similar to lots of different things we've seen today in the presentations, but working particularly at large volume with a manufacturing and measurement focus. A couple of examples here, and thank you to Thomas Leglu, who's part of the VJ's AML team on Here East. What can we do with a robot that draws donuts in space? And we've developed some end effectors here that are optimized for tracking, or being optimized for tracking. You can see a camera system sitting around this robot, and it's been running and able to run 24/7 over long periods of time. We can design where we're going to run it, where we're going to track that end effector, and we can create all sorts of difficult scenarios for the systems that we want to use. We can adjust light levels, we can adjust poses. On the fly, with the way we set our systems up, we can move the cameras around and still record data. And we can test all of those things out. So we've managed to get ourselves a pretty COVID resilient collaboration sort of space. This is all running automatically. And there's an example here of a series of donuts and the measurements. And you can see some little colors here which represent the errors in those measurements. Those errors are a mixture of our measurement system, the robot motion itself, and other variables going on during the data acquisition. And here we're fitting cylinders versus Thomas's motion design to within about 60 microns of the expected location. This is a KR6 robot, and the manufacturer's precision's of the order of 45 microns. Obviously, that's only the precision. The accuracy of what's going on is another question, and that's built into those circles. So with no load on it, this robot's performing pretty well in that mode. But then when we start to move and change joint angles, we expect to start to see different things. If we can correct those, and we can correct the robot path statically, but then moving dynamically, we can carry out a lot more industrial processes, such as sensor placement for inspection, which is one of our particular ones, but also the sort of tool pathing, the making and things, which you would have been able to see and had Peter Scully been around to speak. If I can get this to go. And then at larger scale, so now we're moving up to things with sort of 10 meter plus reach. You can see the snake robot here at Here East, which is sitting on a KR500, sort of half-ton KUKA industrial robot, and that has a 10 meter reach, and the ability to place sensors where we might need them for manufacturing inspection and measuring. Often a snake, and this one from OC Robotics, which has been custom built, has sensors in the head, and they drive it around a bit like a snake following its path and following its head. We've also added in sensors along the snake itself. So here you can see 4 imaging sensors, 4 cameras. And if we can track the snake, and here are some examples of some of the markers we're using, and we're measuring the center of those markers to between 1/10 and 1/20 of a pixel under varying light conditions and varying pose angles, we can start to compute the positions and the live 6-dot of this robot to sub-millimeter levels as it moves around the volume. And what comes through is a series of paths and positions and poses of those sensors. Control of this robot, it's very much a black box, is much more difficult. And you get things like gravity droop over about 30 seconds as the whole robot sort of moves around and relaxes as you stop moving it on its various actuators. So there are various different challenges sitting in this one. And the ability to track simultaneously different parts of the robot, some of the scene, elements in the scene, some of the joints and things, allows us to start to be able to adapt and understand and ultimately control this sort of beast to a much finer level than envisaged in the original design, so that we can deploy it in different ways. The outlook for this is trying to expand the capabilities that we have over an increasingly complex range of tasks and spaces. And you saw 1 or 2 tasks in Vijay's project around construction, around fabrication, where we're collaborating to start to put things together. We've got a good idea of sub-millimeter capability at large volume, but we're continually improving it and driving it forward, compensating for things like air refraction, changes in scale due to thermal properties and so on in terms of what's going on. But the fundamental things that are coming through are exactly the same as we were seeing in many of the other presentations. This change in spatial temporal complexity, lots of dynamic activities and tasks. And for us, they each demand different accuracies, but also temporal frequencies. How fast do we need to slice time in order to make things work? I've got a quick note on this on something I'm trying to fill, which is that we've got a fully funded UK EPSRC Airbus PhD available. If anyone's listening who's eligible and interested, please give a shout. I've got some acknowledgements of some of the work you've just seen very briefly. Vijay's AML lab, BMade, which is led by Peter Scully, and obviously the Institute, which helps bring some things together. the work and things you've had a brief glance at have come out of an EPSRC project called Light Control Factory with Bath and Loughborough. And then we've got a range of different collaborators at different scales, which are giving us lots of different industry challenges. Deliberately kept that pretty short because I think listening to Bani next and the work, some of which you've seen glimpses of around the things that she's doing in transport, will be of particular interest to everybody listening. But thank you very much for your attention. And if there's any questions, I'll be pleased to answer them.
Thanks a lot, Stuart. That was really nice. I don't see any questions in the chat. So maybe we move to Bani. Bani.
Thank you very much.
If you can share.
Thanks a lot. Could you please confirm that you can see my?
Now we can. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Stuart, for your introduction. That's very kind. And thank you very much, Dimitrios, for organizing and running this fantastic workshop. I think the number of attendees already says enough, but I'm really delighted to be invited to this workshop, and would like to talk you through the work that we do related to robotics at UCL Intelligent Mobility Group and Lab. As you can see here, I would like to start from thanking my funders, UKRI, Trustworthy Autonomous Systems Hubs, and EIT Urban Mobility, and also thanking my team, Gianluca, Craig, Jan, Kamya, Alex, Milan, and Jakub, who empower me and for their excellent research work. So within the Intelligent Mobility group at UCL, we work under 4 teams. The first one is Intelligent Human-Centric Control Systems and Interfaces for highly automated vehicles. The second one is, if I can minimize this, decarbonizing through improved vehicle technology and influencing driving behavior. We also look into human-machine interactions through chatbots, where we focus on sentiment analysis and journey planning, as well as integrating UAV to land logistics. But today, for the purpose of this workshop, I will talk you through our research within 2 specific research topics involved. So I start with the first topic, and you can see the research fellows who have been engaged and doing being engaged for the research. Generally, driving requires full attention and awareness of the situation, as it is a decision-making process. On average, a driver makes over 150 driving decisions per mile. And these decisions include checking mirrors, slowing down, speeding up, or lane changing. In vehicles that are equipped with technologies such as adaptive cruise control, lane changing abilities, and so on, the driver can already hand over these responsibilities to the vehicle. And what is very important here is that drivers require to be aware of the situation and the environment when they're asked to take back control, so that they can do this in a timely manner and also execute the right and safe action. We looked into accidents that involved highly autonomous vehicles in California over the last 6 years. Despite the belief of a lot of people that autonomous cars are the reason for a lot of accidents, as you can see in this graph, 84% of these accidents that are happening, when you look at them in detail, they are the person who is involved is not the autonomous cars, but actually other users. And within the accidents that it is the fault of the autonomous vehicles, if you look into them in detail, you see about 48% of them, the vehicle was on the conventional mode when the accident happened, and 41% was in the transition mode, and only 10% of those vehicles were actually driving autonomously when the accident happened. As I said, situational awareness is quite critical when it comes to the driving task. So we started looking into the handover task in autonomous cars, starting from understanding situational awareness. Situational awareness on a high level consists of 3 levels of perception, comprehension, and projection. In the first level of perception, we make use of our 5 senses in order to collect data from our environments in order to identify relevant aspects in the environment. Then we will analyze those information, understand and identify the current state, and then in level 3 we can have capabilities of predicting and identifying the future state. To do that, we make use of physiological sensors and also eye trackers. We have used in order to identify situational awareness of the driver at different levels of autonomy, as well as during the handover task, we made use of a 32 channel dry EEG headset and collected some data from 32 participants, making use of psychological tests. During this process, we propose a new analytical framework to identify EEG signatures associated to situational awareness levels and apply that framework on the data sets and identify the most important spatial areas and the frequency ranges related to SA. After all of our developing our framework for identifying situational awareness using EEG and also reviewing all the accidents and crashes involving autonomous cars, we have developed this methodological framework which can be applied for different scenarios and correlating situational awareness to different levels of autonomy. So you can identify what level of situational awareness is required for that level of autonomy and whether people are within that level of situational awareness. If not, do not allow them to go out of that level or help them to come back to the level of situational awareness that is required for that level of autonomy in that car. This has resulted into different publications that we have had, some submitted, some already published, for instance, one in neurocomputing. And from there, we have also looked into how we can bring the person back into the loop of driving if they are not in the right level of situational awareness. In the existing systems, all the systems provide visual and audio feedback. We know from the literature, haptic feedback is a very successful way of conveying complex messages. You might remember from earlier presentation of Helge that this is how we suggested to introduce haptic feedback for drivers of autonomous cars, where you have actuators in different parts of the seat and they are sending signals based on what we require the driver to do. And this has resulted into first prize at IEEE ROS to UK conference, as well as a publication in IRIS. We also tested our haptic seat during the driving scenarios with the focus of checking the acceptance of the haptic seat, the usefulness and the satisfaction of users. And in all of the cases, when comparing to the visual systems available in the cars, it was highly accepted among young participants. As you can see here, this is the acceptance level of visual systems, and this is the acceptance level of the haptic seat. And here you can see how it was before introducing the haptic seat and how it improved after introducing the haptic seat. And when comparing it to visual feedback, generally we concluded that users are more satisfied with the haptic feedback compared to the visual feedback. From there, we looked into another project where we are not only looking into situational awareness, but also trust. during shift between autonomy levels in autonomous cars. This is a collaborative work with colleagues from KCL and University of Southampton, as well as industrial partners such as Ansible Motion, who are the leaders of drivers in the loop simulators, Horiba Myra, which is one of the test beds of the UK, and Reed Mobility, who is an expert in psychology and human factors. So within this project, we want to understand the correlation between objective situational awareness measures and subjective and objective trust. And to do that, we look into implementing real-world incidents involving highly automated vehicles. These are based on the reports we have reviewed between 2014 and 2021. And also we want to test and identify the role of feedback and guidance in increasing not only situation awareness, but also trust. To run an experiment, we have a car simulator within the Intelligent Mobility group, and building scenarios either for racetrack environments or highly highly automated vehicles scenarios on highways or in urban environments. There are a number of tasks that needs to come together, and different group of people, we have different group of people with different expertise who are working on them. And so here you see an overview of different aspects that we are working on in order to be able to build and implement these scenarios: the next generation, the vehicle dynamics, autonomous vehicle control, and the sound design. And this allows us to have different scenarios depending on what requires to be studied. And then these scenarios are used within the car simulator that we have at UCL. This is funded by EPSRC through an early career research funding, and it has an in-kind contribution from a car company. We have received the HRV car that you can see in this video as an in-kind contribution. Here you can see all of the dynamics of the car, which is the work in collaboration with Ansible Motion. And you can also see we have 180 degrees screen in front of the car, and we have the scenarios built in Unity to allow us to test different scenarios for our case studies. Oh, sorry. The second thing that I wanted to quickly go through is about human-machine interaction through chatbots. We live in an urban age. More and more people are going to live in cities, and this results in overcrowded public transportation services, as well as long trips between home and our work, and also uncomfortable commutes. In particular, during COVID-19 pandemic, we saw a number of people who were traveling on buses and underground trains, and these were very important for a lot of us. And we have been struggling with these daily frustrations of city, with delays, with noise, with comfort, and so on. These result into city dwellers suffering from long-lasting mental illnesses, and as well as increase of stress, physical activity, and increase of consumption of fast food. And this, based on the studies, this results in more higher anxiety and depression among citizens. So traditionally, when it came to travel choices, cost and time have driven our travel choices. But nowadays, this is transformed to other factors. The effect on our health and well-being has become the top priority for many of us. So within iTravel, we have proposed a solution, which is a smart application, a smartphone application that promotes health and well-being of people moving around in our cities. And we do this through crowdsourcing, computing, and communicating. We are collecting a new data set through making use of a chatbot collecting sentiments of users about their travel experience as they go through the city. This is a completely new data set. Then we make use of that in order to compute, in order to understand people's feedback, and then also compute charts that provide further information for other users in terms of seat availability, crowdness, temperature, and so on, which complements existing information available online. And then make use of that to communicate a personalized solution for every user. This is a project funded by EIT Urban Mobility. They are enablers, and they are. This is all in co-creation between different partners from cities, industries, research, and education institutions. And within this project, which we have received substantial funding from EIT Urban Mobility, we are doing we have been working on this topic for about now 1.5 years, and through EIT Urban, and we have been nominated, we have been the finalist of EIT Urban Mobility Innovative Award, and EIT Urban Mobility is also helping us for escalating our products through partnerships and mentoring and so on. So this is the amazing team that we are working with. Cities and their challenges, of course, are at the center of our team. So we are working with 4 cities, and we are lucky enough to work with quite well-known industrial partners, MBB, Achmea, TomTom, Isbek, and Gel, as well as educational and research institutions such as TUE and Fraunhofer. To conclude, our vision is to enable humans to trust and fully exploit the benefits of future mobility services, and we do this through new technology and innovation. I just gave you an example of 2 of the applications that we are looking into, and we are also looking into advanced simulators for verifications of connected and autonomous vehicles in collaboration with Ansible Motion, who are going to, who are giving us access to their dynamic car simulator, as well as Horiba Mira, who are giving us access to their testbed for running experiments in an urban controlled environment. And we also have built this facility within UCL, which is a car simulator in collaboration with Ansible Motion, as well and we have a set of physiological monitoring technologies and eye tracking system, which enables us to carry out the research that I just outlined. Thank you very much for listening. I'm more than happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thanks a lot, Bani. That was great. I don't see any question in the chat, so I will just leave it there for now. And if there's any question, feel free to answer in written in the chat or later via email. Thanks again for the both you and Stuart for the 2 great talks as representatives of the civil engineering department. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, so I think that's everybody. That's the end of the invited of the talks from the invited speakers. I think now before that, before I say anything about the Best Poster Awards, and we will watch the videos, please, if you have 5 seconds or 10 seconds, can you complete, everybody, the short survey that I put in the chat? That would be very helpful for us. It will just take you literally 5 seconds of your time. So let me share my screen now. Desktop 2. Here we go. Okay, so hopefully you all see my desktop, and I play from current slide. All right, so I think that was a great set of talks, and I think you get a glimpse of what what we are doing at UCL in terms of robotics in completely different departments and centers, some collaborative work, some works with external partners, and so on and so forth. So this was all great, and let's hope that next year will be face-to-face on campus, and we run this workshop properly, where we will spend one day with robots and posters and much more interaction. I know that there was not too much interaction. We try to keep it as short as possible, and it was already, I think, a little bit too long for most of you. But thanks a lot for we were around 100 people at all times attending, so that's very encouraging. So I think for the last thing that remained is the best poster awards. I have to say that we got 31 posters, and I had Yuanchang and Helge help me to find the top 5. I need to say that there were amazing posters, and really we struggled a lot. This is what we were talking with Yuanchang and Helge yesterday, was that, you know, there were so many great posters, really, and we really struggled. So we'll see next year how we will do that. Maybe we'll let you evaluate yourselves. I don't know, we make it a little bit more open next year, if we're at least face to face. All right, so anyhow, I think we're ready to get the 5 posters. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna say the name, and then we're gonna watch the 1-minute video and this will conclude basically the workshop, sorry. So let's go with the first one. This one is, the first winner is Claudia De Torre from the WEISS Center.
Hello everyone, I'm Claudia De Torre, and I will briefly describe you my project about introducing partial automation during surgical procedure using the Da Vinci Research Kit. Starting from the clinical motivation, intraoperative ultrasound scanning is a tedious procedure where the probe is freely scanned over the organ to acquire ultrasound images, as we can see from the video on the left side. While the proposed novel device relies on the use of a pneumatic flexible attachable rail to guide the surgeon during the scanning phase, avoiding continuous repositioning of the probe, as demonstrated on the video on the right-hand side. Part of my work aimed to automatize the pick and place of the rail to trigger the scanning procedure executed by the surgeon. Additionally, I also been focusing my attention on using the PAF rail for autonomous organ repositioning, as demonstrated on the video. And lastly, I've now been developing a simulation environment to train a deep reinforcement learning agent to execute both the aforementioned tasks. Thank you for your attention.
Well done, Claudia. Next one is Luc Bedeau, and we're gonna watch the video now.
Hello, my name is Luke, and I'm going to talk about my first year PhD work on robotic grippers for grocery picking. Grippers for this application need to reach into tightly packed and cluttered containers and avoid damaging soft items such as fruits. I have created a prototype to look and see if a caging style approach could be effective for this application. Objects are surrounded by fingers and a movable palm. The palm comes forward to press the object into the fingers and secure it. The fingers are flexible and the force in the grip is determined by how stiff the fingers are made. Through testing, we found that this gripper could create stable grasps on a variety of objects with a human operator. Here is a sped up video showing the gripper in action, picking up some fruit and veg.
Right.
Thank you very
much. Well done, Luke. Third winner, we have Emanuele Coleoni.
Good morning, everyone. One of the main challenges connected to the use of deep learning models in the clinical field is that we usually require a huge amount of training data in order to be able to properly generalize on new ones. So in this work, we propose to use simulation frames along with image-to-image translation techniques in order to produce new synthetic frames to train these models without the need for human effort. And as you can see in the bottom left part of this image, We start from simulation tools, then we apply an image-to-image translation network to give them a realistic appearance, and finally we blend these tools on a surgical background in order to produce our full synthetic frames. And here you can see the results that we obtained by training two different segmentation models. One trained on synthetic data, the other trained on real data. And as you can see, we obtain very promising results. That means that the synthetic data closely resemble the real ones. Thank you very much.
Well done, Emanuele. Fourth winner is Irene Magbella. Sorry if I pronounce it wrong. Let's watch the video.
Hello, my name is Monica Magbag-Viola, and I'll be presenting our work today on AI-driven sensory feedback for prosthetics. The addition of sensory feedback modalities to prosthetics, such as vibrations, can lead to finer motor control, increase embodiment, and reduce instances of phantom limb and other neuropathic pain in amputees. Despite the benefits, physiological differences such as weight, hair, and sweat all affect the perception of feedback experienced. Therefore, providing accurate, intuitive, and adjustable feedback is a priority in the field. This poster presents an algorithm that modulates vibrational feedback based on physiological characteristics to ensure consistent perception of texture for prosthetic users. Previous work has found that the inconsistencies that arise from physiological differences can be measured by tracking the change in vibration along the surface of the skin. Using EMG signals, an energy dissipation curve can be generated from the output in the frequency domain. These curves are unique to individuals and consistent over a number of days and can form the basis by which perceptions of texture can be mapped against and tuned towards. This tuning is done by using a deep reinforcement learning algorithm to control the vibration parameters of the motor and ensure that a consistent dissipation pattern is maintained, thus providing a consistent level of perception.
Great,
Thank you
well
for your
done,
attention.
Rennie. And last but not least, we have Duncan Wright. And let's watch the video.
Surgeons lose their sense of touch when they work with robotic surgical technology. My goal is to restore this sense, allowing surgeons to locate cancer tumor edges, feel tissue stiffness, and locate blood vessels. To do this, I have developed a multimodal haptic sensor which interacts using a soft tip to decrease tissue damage. My sensor works through measuring the deformation of an air pressurized membrane using tracking points and a camera. Through experiments, I have shown that this sensor can measure force. As shown here, when a force acts on the inflated membrane, the tracking points move. We can then measure this movement to calculate the force.
Great. So that's our 5 poster winners. I have to say that we judged only based on the poster that was submitted in the video. So we didn't read any paper, we didn't check Google Scholar or anything else. So it was based only on the material that you provided us. Congrats to all of you, actually, that both submitted and those that they won. I will contact you soon about your reward. And with this, I will stop sharing. I would like to thank you again for attending. It was amazing. And please fill the survey before you go. I will stop recording now. Thanks again.